Good morning, folks, and welcome to day 2 of our Postgrad Research Week program. I'm pretty sure some of you might have been at last year's one, and so will understand that today's program is a lot of fun. Can be a little bit nerve-wracking, but really just roll with it and enjoy it. It's very, very different to the sort of presentations that you would normally do to your supervisors and in conferences and so on. The whole time aspect actually just adds to it. Don't let it be intimidating. Before we get to the competition aspect of it, we're very, very honored to have two very, very esteemed speakers, Dr. Amelia Gones-Malka and Prof. Ntabogang Mogalaka Fleischman. And they are going to just give us some of their insights in terms of how to create a career post-academia. I know that for many of you it'll feel like you've been in academia forever, and your parents might be quite curious as to whether you're going to move out of home and go and get a job. Maybe some of you have ambitions to be profs in your own right as well. So I really, really look forward to what our two guest speakers have to say. I don't know if I introduced myself. I'm Simon Gear. I work for the Department of Research and Innovation, so I work under Dr. Carol Nkwelo across on the Hatfield campus, and we do a lot of the work supporting particularly postgrads and international students, sometimes with real sort of nuts and bolts logistics, but also things like grants, applications and funding and so on. It's a very, very important role that the DRI plays at UP. Right, well, let's jump straight in. So Abela is on the far side there. She is the CEO of AP Management Consultancy. She's busy with her second PhD, which is just showing off, in business communications. She holds a PhD in marketing management. She's been a speaker at all sorts of various international conferences and so on. And she's going to be chatting to us today about that transition from academia to public and private working life. Amelia, welcome.
Right, good morning everybody. Can you hear me? Do I need to tilt the mic, or we're all good? Fantastic. Well, it's great to be back on another side of campus at the University of Pretoria. I'm a great fan of the institution, and as Simon said, doing PhD number 2. PhD number 1 was also with the institution. So today I'm going to be talking about career transitioning and effectively using myself as a reference. I really think that there'll be more people like me. I know my history, my experiences, and I hope to share those with you today. Please, I encourage you afterwards, I'll pause and we can ask questions. Please engage with me. And what's really important for me is, I'd say after my PhD experience, that was 2012, so we are 11 years on. I don't want you to go through any of my pains. I'd rather that you go through my gains and help you before you move on. So just a show of hands, PhDs, PhD candidates, okay, and masters. All right, perfect, great, good to know. All right, I think that snakes and ladders is probably a really good analogy, definitely in terms of my life on lifing and careering. Some people go all the way from 1 to 100, and they have a fairly linear line. Others, like myself, tend to pivot. We go up, we go down, we have different life experiences. And our experiences are really what form us, from our interactions with people, from life's journeys, from the different types of work that we do, and they all factor into the mix. If I think about my story, and the fact is that we're all unique, we all have different experiences and exposure. So I think of my life as a series of different pivots. So pivot 1, after school. My undergraduate was in biochemistry and physiology, and I was all set to follow through with my scientific stream, and I started my undergrad at University of London in the UK and returned to South Africa and continued through UNISA studying. The reality is, though, from being a full-time student, you have to adjust to being a part-time student, where your 100% focus on studies now becomes a secondary aspect, and you end up being 100% focused in your work. And that, for me, was a major adjustment of how you move from being full-time to becoming part-time student. And at the same time, I was, in effect, funding my academic career by working in industry. And the industry that I was working in was marketing, media, and communication. And as I was building out, and the years went by, because, again, that adjustment to part-time versus full-time and the reality check, I had to make this choice. Did I want to continue in the science stream? I always knew that I wanted to continue advancing my academics, or make this decision. I'd developed a career in the marketing and media industry and pursue that angle. And I eventually, hard decision, decided I would go with the marketing, media, and communication side of things. But it's not to say that you don't learn. You have your logic focus, your analytical skills from everything that you do. So taking that skills base, accumulating it, and applying it in a different context. During my career, I then decided to do a master's, because obviously within the professional environment, as you're moving up that career ladder and ascending, MBAs are very lucrative, and they definitely work in terms of helping you advance your career. And with that said, I accomplished and became director in the organization I was working for and the industry. But MBA wasn't enough for me, and I went one step further and then enrolled for doing my PhD with a focus on digital marketing, which I did through UP's marketing department, and loved the environment, loved the intellectual challenge, the use of research, the use of theory to really explore different dimensions, and having the practical context in my background and being able to apply it. But I was finding that in the same way of doing the undergrad and the MBA, that my part-time devotion was impacting on my studies, and I really wanted to get my qualification. So I decided to save up money and elected to resign from my position in industry and go 100% into doing the PhD. And for me, it was a great decision, and within 7 months, I achieved my PhD. So really, it was breakfast, lunch, dinner. I probably gained about 10 kgs, but it was all just, you are doing this. This is your bread and butter. And if you don't do it, you've resigned from your job. You don't have an income, so best you get on with it, my dear. And did that with that achievement. And then I was really enjoying this view, and I started to do my postdoctorate, business and communication management, and continue to progress. So for me, and I think this is such a great quote from C.S. Lewis, you can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change your ending. And you don't have to have one ending. You don't have to have one beginning. And for me, that's also the important aspect of transitioning. You can go back to academia. You can go to the public sector. You can go to the private sector. Don't ever let anyone box you in, because that's what some organizations will want to do. So in terms of my, let's say, intellectual stimulation, so did PhD, went off to Georgia and did presentation, started to engage with your international network, and that for me is also one of the beauties of academia, is the ability to connect to people on your subject matter of interest from across the world. So that was presentation 1. Then I was getting the hang of this. Presentation 2, Barcelona. Presentation 3, Auckland. And in Auckland, that's where I reconnected with a colleague from Atlanta. And we'll do a bit of a side pivot on that one. I'll just explain a little about that encounter. So whenever you're engaging with people, and especially in the environment that you're in now, it's all about collaboration. So Vicky Crittenden, professor at Babson College in Boston, US, and her background story is fascinating. So she has 8 siblings. She came from a pretty impoverished state, Arkansas, in the USA. And when her parents divorced, her mom effectively became an Avon lady, and she put all of her kids, well, not all of her kids, Vicky was the youngest of 8, but she was the first one to go to university. And it was like her mom had invested everything into her last born to push her through. And she's 22 years younger than the eldest. And in our conversations, we were talking about direct marketing, we were talking about women's empowerment, and she said, you know, we're going to be putting something together in California. I think it was probably 6 months later. Would you like to participate? And I said, yeah, sure. So she's putting in her American perspective. I'll put in the South African perspective. And what I found in my studies, I found that there was such a tremendous amount of enabling legislation for women. And then I started to look around and I went, but where are the women? But we'll save that for a little bit later. Various presentations into the continent, South Africa, New Zealand, the Monterey Conference, and Lima. So coming on to the Vicky Crittenden and outcomes, after every presentation that I delivered and tapping into my media marketing background, I would engage with public media, so SAFM, SABC, etc., because in my view, and I'm pointing this at fault within the academic environment, we become myopic. Who besides your networks knows about what you're doing? And I looked at the list of different topics that people are engaged with. The work that you're doing is fascinating, but we need to create more public awareness of what you're doing so that people get to know about this. So I would go after every presentation and do a round of media. And after the women's development, I didn't see any women's media environments. There just wasn't anything. So I approached the SABC and I said, I've got this concept and I would like to be able to set up a show and be able to communicate and profile prominent women across the continent in different spheres to be able to showcase where women are and what women can do. And with that, so 10 years on, Womanity, Women in Unity was born, and we deliberately focus on prominent women. So you can see there Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, the Deputy President of Zambia, the former Deputy President of the Gambia, and then I think on the right there is Amina J. Mohammed. So Womanity is a social responsibility, but like I said, it's a side pivot, which probably wouldn't have come about by all of these different engagements that I've had in my lived experiences. So you can say, well then, what next? So I've done my PhD, done my postgrads, postdoctorates, and I was getting itchy fingers. I wanted to be able to apply my knowledge within the industry space. And I thought, okay, so I did my MBA, got my directorship, everything worked smoothly, went into a stint of an academic career, really enjoyed it, but now I've got a PhD and I've got postdoctorates. The world is my oyster. Then you start making job applications. I probably think I must have made definitely over 1,000 job applications. No joke. And what you will receive is, we regret to inform you, and a lovely rejected stamp. And I thought, how can this be happening? Is this only me? So in your show of hands, who's been applying to the private sector or public sector? And? Same thing. So it really, really bothered me, and I was feeling a little bit desperate. Then I was reading up on literature, then I looked at the National Development Plan 2030, and I went, but you know, we've got this as public policy. Government is saying that we want to increase the number of PhDs. I think at the time it was 28 per million, and we wanted to go up to 100 by 2030. So it's okay, we've got this mandate. We want knowledge workers. We want to produce PhDs. We want them to contribute to the economy. I wrote to every minister, didn't get any feedback, and then I thought, well, let me apply what I know. I know how to do research. I approached the Office of the Presidency, all under my own personal capacity, my funding, because this was something that really mattered to me and matters to you. And I started this project. So it's PhD employability in corporate South Africa. The reason that there's two studies is because after the first study, various members of government decided that there wasn't enough data, and I said, no problem, I'll do it again. Let's see if there's something new. So this is a nationwide study going across labor dynamics in South Africa, but focusing within the corporate space. So that was my delineation, and looking specifically at full-time employed individuals. And the whole mantra I had was using this quote of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development: in the new economy, where knowledge is the source of wealth creation, human capital becomes as important as financial capital. So 5 years of research, more than 5 years, 2 research studies across 14 leading universities, over 500 international and local corporations who collectively account for 1.6 million employees, and having the endorsement of the Office of the Presidency. So as I mentioned at the beginning, the whole study was conceptualized after observing that there really were, it felt, and that feeling was proven true, that there were low numbers of PhDs working across industry. And with this view of, if we are going to be producing PhDs, we need to be able to absorb them into the economy. We need to be able to do something with them. And so my objectives here was to get an understanding of PhD employability across South Africa, to look at what factors people like yourselves were experiencing when it came to trying to find employment, and redefining that to suitable employment. Yes, I can go and be a data capturer, but with a degree in biochemistry, with a degree in marketing management at MBA, does a data capture fit my profile? And then it was looking at assessing the distribution pattern of where PhDs who are permanently employed in the top organizations were. And with the subsequent study, also looking at gender demographics. So just a bit of contextualization. So we know that knowledge economy supports PhD production. We know that South Africa had, at the time, dedicated to a policy. We also had science and technologies innovation towards a knowledge-based economy. And how that factors, there was the index for the knowledge economy index. And it showed that in 2007, we were ranked 50th. But by 2012, we'd now fallen to 67th. So after my survey across PhD graduates, recent graduates, this is what they'd experienced. So it wasn't just me. 50% had either experienced or knew of other PhD graduates who'd had difficulties finding appropriate employment. And in terms of employment, it took people up to 25% up to a year to find employment, 3% 2 years, and 11% stated they were still unemployed. Further probing that, I asked, well, who is doing a postdoctorate? Because if you can't get work, this is another avenue of, I'm still employed by doing a postdoctorate. Furthermore, 21% of graduates weren't working in their field of specialization, and that really mattered to me. You've invested years, you've invested money into pursuing this direction. What was the sense from the employee side? So they said, oh no, we're not going to take PhDs because they're overqualified. I'll explain what that means a little bit later. They're expensive. they're going to leave the company. So thinking about those three measures so that I don't lose my train of thought, what overqualified means is I have published this job spec, and it says the person coming into this job needs to have a matric. If you come in and apply for this position and you've got a degree, sorry, you fall out of the box. So think what happens when you've got a postgraduate. You're not getting anywhere near that box. So there is this sense of myopia that the person who'd filled this position before fitted into that box, and I need to fill my box with that same type of person. And they don't think about the fact that if I'm bringing someone else in, how that individual can enrich the organization, what more value they can bring to the organization. Part two, expensive. They don't know the salaries that are in academia. I think when I did a brief look last night, I think that a junior lecturer is probably around about 700,000 Rand per annum, full professor around about the 2 million mark, but I do stand under correction. So that's kind of your beginning to median. Every single job is going to provide a salary range. And part three, leave the company. We do not live in an era where it is about coming into an organization and staying there forever. There is extensive mobility. Just because I've got a better qualification has got nothing to do with my mobility. It's about the company and it's about your personal development. And I asked organizations, so here you have Nestle, we consciously screen PhDs out of the process. Stefanuti Stocks, I've worked in executive HR for the past 25 years across a variety of organizations. PhD's never been part of the job spec. Philips, we don't look at PhDs. It's never been a requirement. So if you don't fit into the box, you're out. Right, so in 2014, I went through 350 companies, so that's phoning up 350 companies, trying to source intel, and there were 955 PhDs employed in corporate South Africa at that time, full-time. 3 years later, looking at the data that's turned out from the Council of Higher Education, there should be another 6,000 PhDs coming into the market. What do you think the 2017 figure looked like? Bearing in mind we did another 150 companies, so 500 companies. Guesses on the right, what do you think the number is? How much? 1,002. Middle? Same number, okay. And on the left? 13, okay, all right. 13. So you guys are getting ahead of yourselves. You all went up, it went down. So, as I said, bear in mind more companies, more employees, 75,000 more employees, and we dropped from 955 to 809. So if you look at that as a ratio of PhD to employees, in 2014 it was 0.07%, I think. 2017, 0.05%. What were some of the reasons for this? Well, there were two organizations which had really made, I wouldn't say it was a conscientious effort, but Sasol, so very strong within their R&D space, and it wasn't just within the chemist's environment. They also had PhDs in their human resource department. So they were very strong, but they went through a series of retrenchments. ABSA, they were also strong in terms of PhDs, and what they had done was, it was really just about allowing employees to pursue their academic qualifications, so they could build on, and I think, if I stand to be corrected, but I think they have a very strong relationship with the Potch, and that was part of their their flow. And the decline in PhDs from their side was about retirements. So that showed me that the people who had acquired those qualifications were probably older, and it was about doing something to fulfill themselves. So workforce had grown by 1%, PhDs had shrunk by 16%. Looking at some of the companies, so seeing just a bit of a picture here. So with ShopRite, they're the highest number of employees. They were static on 3 PhDs throughout. You saw the decline there with ABSA. You saw the decline with Nedbank. The ones which had increased were Netcare and Old Mutual, but marginally so. Looking at gender and race profile. So in terms of the picture, we can see that it was predominantly white, predominantly male. And the pattern doesn't correlate with the Council of Higher Education's demographic profiles, and I would also suspect that this is about a delay of getting people into industry, because this is what the picture should look like. Then, taking it a little further, what I looked at was the fact that government is saying, yes, we need to be producing PhDs, was looking across the ratio of how many PhDs were South African, how many PhDs were a part of SADC. And only 55% in the 2016 figures were from South Africa, which is, this isn't anything I grew up in Zambia. For me, this is about growing our intellectual capital for the continent as well. But sometimes government will say, oh, this is what we're producing and this is what we're doing for South Africa, but it's not, because 9 times out of 10, people are going to go back to their home environments, and obviously they've been invested in to give back. So I said, okay, well, where is the PhD population? So I did a very rough estimate that there were about 30,000 PhDs between 1994 through to 2016. By far and large, 50% of PhDs are in the academic field. In the public sector, it accounts for approximately 6%. In industry, 3%. In research institutions, 2%, and then there was, another, what have I got there? I can't read my numbers here. I think it's 40% who are not accounted for, which could perceivably be, when we think that 45% of PhDs produced in South Africa are not South Africans, that could be people going to their home territories. It could also be people, unfortunately, deceased or doing something differently, or going in as independents. But that was my rough map. Then again, promoting this fact that there is a significant amount of money that's invested into producing PhDs. So at the time, to produce 2,800 PhDs, approximately 900 million rand had been invested. So, and I'm not going to dwell on this, but I was really trying to make the point to government and saying, you're investing into this talent. What are you doing with it? This isn't free. Institutions are being paid for it, and we need to be using this talent appropriately. Then, given my marketing lens and having this lived experience of the MBA, it really is a moneymaker. It's a moneymaker for the institutions that provide it. It's also a moneymaker for the people who do those qualifications, because it gives you higher earning potential. And we've got competition for various schools. Then the other part that I was motivating, and I'll share a little bit more of that in the presentation, is this view of transferable skills. And that we've got knowledge as an asset, that it is a competitive advantage, that you've got cognitive skills, you're trained to think, you've got access to networks that you develop. And collectively, out of this, you're able to be very productive, be innovative, and contribute to economic growth. When we look beyond the South African context, and this was a study that was done by WealthX and USB, it was a billionaire census, and it showed that 65% of billionaires had a university qualification, 11% had a PhD. And with this group, obviously they're billionaires, they make a tremendous amount of money, but they also provide a tremendous amount of benefit. They are stimulating their economies, they're creating jobs, they're creating developments. And furthermore, universities, particularly in America, use their alumni as a call to action. Come to our institution. We've produced the next Elon Musk, or we've produced the next Mark Zuckerberg, and they use that to boost their attractiveness. When I look at developed countries, so here, for example, Canada, more than 60% of their PhDs are employed in careers outside of academia. Go one back. Okay, so this is very interesting for me in Scandinavia, so with Denmark in particular, their emphasis on different types of PhDs. So 80% of their industrial PhDs work in industry, and as well as 50% of their conventional PhDs. In Germany, they produce a whopping 25,000 PhDs per year, and 95% of them are employed. Almost half of them work in the private sector, 20% are self-employed, and they find employment in their sector of choice. In America, 47% of science, engineering, and health PhDs work in industry. Belgium, over 33% of their PhDs work in industry. In the Netherlands, 34% PhDs work in industry, 28% in higher education, 15% in government, and 68% collectively work outside academia. So, and with other countries, you can see there that 10 to 18% work in industry. So when you look across different markets, you can see the penetration of PhDs in industry or going beyond academia, and that this is an accepted norm. You can skip over this one because it's just re-emphasizing things. But if developed countries can cultivate and utilize their academic knowledge and drive their countries' economies further, by comparison, only 0.05% of employees in corporate South Africa hold a PhD. And as a developing country, we can't afford to lose or misuse any of this invested talent. So wave 2 of the study, I then opened up a petition. And I'm not going to read these comments all here, you can see them on the screen, but it was open to members of the public to voice their opinions and to support. So that was a postgraduate view. This was for a current and future PhDs. And there were very interesting comments, but collectively, it still hasn't had a weight of impact. So given the array of hands that were up when I asked how you were doing with the job market, I see this as still being a key concern. This one also concerned me as a lecturer and a parent. So the lecturer saying, am I adding to our economy or robbing parents of their hard-earned money and plunging them into debt and making it worse for the economy? So where did I take this study? 14 leading universities, top 500 corporations, more than 1.5 million individuals, government was endorsed by the presidency, various departments there presented to the president, academia, all of our SRC presidents at universities, university heads, media exposure, the general public. And I'm going to play, because I think we do have actually we won't have time to go, no we do. So we're going to play a little clip for you now, and what I want to show you is it summarizes all of this, but I also want to show you that by using what you know and using me as an example of what you can achieve. So for a study that I've been able to take as an individual and get it profiled, make it something that you are able to create, applying your knowledge and supporting a cause that's good for all of us. So we'll play the video clip now.
A recent study conducted by the postdoctoral research at the University of Pretoria revealed low PhD recruitment in corporate South Africa. A study which looked at the employability of PhD graduates in South Africa indicates that graduates are struggling to find employment in the country.
A 2-year cross-industry investigation on the labour dynamics of South Africa's highest academic degree has thrown up some shocking stats.
The country's highest academically qualified are almost exempt from the corporate recruitment mix.
Who would have thought that too much of an academic education could be a disqualifier in the corporate arena? Just how rife a problem are we looking at? And is the problem more rife in some sectors as opposed to others?
The purpose of this study is about looking at what is happening from an industry point of view, because ultimately we need to stimulate our economy and we need to have our smartest brains and talent driving that innovation and development. So this study was looking at what the extent of penetration is of PhDs in industry.
Well, first of all, let me just give you a bit of context in terms of the study. So as you said, it's been going cross-industry study, looking at the last 2.5 years, primarily addressing the top 350 corporates in South Africa, so it included the top 200 JSE-listed companies, as well as 150 other leading local international entities like Samsung, Microsoft, Procter & Gamble, and encompassed more than 1.5 million employees. Further to that, we also did a study looking at the 14 leading universities in South Africa as part of that. And what the results have shown that is only 0.07% of the 1.5 million people permanently employed by corporate South Africa hold a PhD qualification. And this expands across absolutely every sector of industry. It's not whether it is in the retail sector, the mining industry, the financial sector.
This study has been endorsed by the Office of the Presidency, National Planning Commission, and addresses almost every large corporation operating under the jurisdiction of each ministry.
The results of this study were presented to several ministers, heads of academia, committees, and received the support from the chair of the Human Resource Development Council, then Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Finally, we will discuss the PhD employability program and look at how the HRDC Council can assist with the repositioning of the PhD as a critical asset to the South African economy. This is an important matter that is sure to advance our development and better our position in the innovation stakes.
In 2017, 3 years after the first study and the recommendation of the Human Resource Development Council that the Department of Science and Technology would address this matter, we returned to field, this time measuring the top 500 companies, the top 275 companies listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and 225 other leading local and international entities. The sample comprised 80% of companies that participated in the 2014 study. The results showed that PhDs in corporate South Africa dropped from 955 in 2014 to 809 in 2017, accounting for just 0.05% of the 1.5 million permanent workforce, despite the fact that during the 3-year interval, South African universities produced over 6,000 PhDs.
In contrast, Germany alone produces on average 25,000 PhDs per annum, and the majority of PhDs in developed countries are employed in industry. For example, half of Germany's PhDs are employed in the private sector. Over 60% of Canada's PhDs work outside academia. In Denmark, 80% of industrial PhDs and 50% of conventional PhDs work in industry. Over 33% of Belgium's and the Netherlands' PhDs work in industry. In the UK, eventually 96% of science PhDs pursue careers outside academia. There are few occasions where we have the opportunity to change the future of the country that we live in. This is one of those times where we can change the current situation and create more alternatives, more options that combine academic institutions, private sectors, public sectors, and different industries together, and in doing so, increase our competitiveness on a global level and boost our economy.
I'm Dr. Amalia Gonya-Smalka. For the last 5 years, I have led this research, and with a lot of support from people in academia, government ministers, and industry leaders, made it to what you see today. 5 years, 2 research studies, 14 universities, 500 leading companies, and 1.5 million employees. Please lend us a hand to bring change, to enable our country's needs in the knowledge economy to be filled by our intellectual assets, PhDs, advanced knowledge. And in the new economy, where knowledge is the source of wealth creation, human capital becomes as important as financial capital.
It affects all of you. It affects all of us. So what can you do? Open your options. And I'm going to tap onto some of these elements as being my lived experiences and suggestions, recommendations to you. When you think about your career choices, this isn't just about limiting them to a particular domain, but this is about being able to have opportunities across different spheres. Think about the sector that you're going to be targeting, whether that's public, whether that's private, whether that's going independent. You are all in this room in the process of your research and fascinating topics that I've seen there. Look to orient some of your research to address your sector's needs, to provide them with value. They're not interested in, oh, there was a PhD that did study XYZ. They're interested in, how is this going to innovate? How is this going to make me money? How is this going to save me money? Personal branding. When you're developing your personal brand, everyone is unique. You're publishing, you've got your name on that page. Developing your brand is about evolving, and it is about creating your value proposition, and using this to help create work for yourself. Networking, developing that social capital, not just within your immediate environment, but going outside your environment. Join professional associations and organizations. That puts you in the thrust of what's happening with that particular sector of industry or interest. Breaking protocol, I think that's one of my favorites. Testing your job applications. One of these presentations that I did to the Durban University of Technology, and a young lady said, and she said she'd been applying to jobs, and eventually she said, I took PhD out of my CV to make her job. How sad is that? Your achievements, your qualifications, the blood, sweat, and tears to be minimized. But break protocol, that means you are not going to get a job in the traditional way. I've told you, I've sent thousands of applications. This is about going through. Do you know the CEO? Do you know the CEO's PA? Breakthrough. And continuous skills development, learning and applying them. So, and this fundamental recommendation, open your own business. You will always be employed, because when you are making your applications for a job and HR looks at it and they'll go, oh, there's this employment gap. And you go, oh, I was studying, I was doing my PhD. They have no concept of what that is. You're running your own business. You can have whatever title you like. You can change your title, but it means that you are always employed and you have a vehicle in order to take on work. So career paths, so tapping into each of these places. Do your research. Know what matters to the company, to the industry, to the sector. Learn who the key players are and build them into your network. Become friends with them, become friends of friends. Develop your sector expertise and plot your way through your career. What is it that you want to have? Where do you want to go to? From A to B to C? And bearing in mind the snakes and ladders at the beginning, you may have that trajectory, but you may not necessarily get there in a linear fashion. Understand the operating environment. private sector, public sector operate very differently, and it depends on the organization that you're with and the type of pace. So there'll always be a hierarchy and a structure. So you have to know how to manage the politics within those organizations and internal operations to make things run smoothly for you. The pace and deadlines, things move very quickly in the private sector, which means that deadlines are up. And it's not about delivering the most perfect piece of work, but it is about making sure that you are able to deliver on something which is effective. There'll be different performance metrics. And you need to understand what those are, and your communication style is going to be different. We were having a conversation earlier and talking about the fact that when you are, for instance, being able to explain your thesis to your grandma, or being able to have a 3-minute view, and I see that people are doing their 3-minute presentations. Know your audience, know how to adapt. Creating value. So how do your skills help develop the sector that you're focusing on? What value do you provide them? Because they're not looking at you and going, oh, this is a nice PhD, they've got this qualification, they've got that. They're going, what's in it for me? So you are a commodity to them. Gear your studies, gear your research around their needs. It doesn't have to be one company, it can be a couple, it can be an industry, but also review their strategies and align to them. Show how what you're doing is going to help them get there. Like I said before, innovation, profit, efficiency are probably the 3 key drivers. And by doing this, you create your jobs. And I say jobs because it's not going to be one job. This is about you creating things for yourself. And it's not easy. So besides public, private, there's also the independent side of things. You could be a solopreneur. What are some of your risks? Finance risks, uncertainty. Do you know when that next job is coming through? Working longer hours, your stress, operational challenges, competing for resources. And your real rewards, though, are that you can own your own time, that you do have job enlargement because you're doing multiple functions. You can be choosy about the type of work that you undertake. You don't have the same type of politics that you would have to navigate within a corporate institution. You've got a flexibility. You can be quite fulfilled about the work that you're doing and taking ownership and responsibility. What are some of the other cons? Well, you're not going to have leave, you're not going to have medical, you're not going to have retirement, you're not going to have bonuses. The onus is on you developing that. Brand you. Personal branding is so important. I think that Madonna is an absolute master at this. She reinvents herself continuously, and for every era, she's relevant for that era. And if you think about it, her 80s people will stay with her to her 2000s. Her 90s people will stay with her. Her 2000s people will stay with her. So it is all about being relevant. And seriously, life is about creating yourself, building out your personal brand. So what does that mean? It means identifying your values, identifying what you stand for, what your value proposition is. And publishing. You all know how to write. This is one of your skills. Do blogs, do social media, put content out. This is about building your profile and contributing to your knowledge base. Develop your elevator pitch. So think about a 60-second elevator pitch. And you're going to have your name, you're going to be talking about what it is that you do, you're going to have defining your value proposition. What value are you going to be providing to an organization? Your professional background, a bit of passion, interest. So just whilst we're all here, most likely the person sitting next to you knows you. So go to the person behind you, and I'd like you to just share your name and what you're studying, what you're working on. So, quick. Okay, so that was your first aspect in this room of networks. You are in a really privileged environment. In this space, we were all going to need accountants. We are all going to need lawyers. We are all going to need doctors. We're all going to need people that we want to work with, that are going to be able to collaborate. There is probably going to be never going to be another time in your life when you are in this type of environment where you can connect and engage. So I really encourage you to use your time at university to connect, to engage, to build out your contacts. And this is also contributing to your brand building. That I could have met someone at a conference, and somewhere down the line, it could be years down the line, there'll be an opportunity that I think fits that person, and I will recommend that person. So maintaining your personal and professional networks, expanding your networks, and using tools like LinkedIn. Connect with people, engage with them, feed them content that you think is relevant. And this is also a great platform for exposing yourself. And at the same time, LinkedIn isn't the only one. Your professional associations. This is important. You need to adapt your skills on your CV. You need to translate them into industry speak or public sector speak. You've all accumulated research and analytic skills. You know how to make sense of data. What does industry need? They need research, competitive analysis, strategic decision making. What you do informs that. Critical thinking and problem solving. You deal with complex problems all the time. I'm sure, and I say this from experience, looking at a piece of paper and thinking, how am I going to solve this? You grapple with it, you think about it. How does that apply to industry? Troubleshooting, project management, process improvement, innovation. Communication and presentation. You are always communicating, you're developing papers, you are writing, you are using these skills. These are skills that are in demand in industry. It took a long time for me to get comfortable, and I wouldn't say I'm 100% comfortable on public speaking, but this is about learning skills that put you out of your comfort zone and are going to contribute to your development. Time management and organization. You're working on deadlines. So this is about how you can prioritize, meeting deadlines, handling numerous responsibilities. So think about these as being really important aspects. And just a few more. Collaboration and teamwork. You're always going to be working in teams. Some will be positive, some will be negative, but you've got this capability of cross-functional team coordination. Adapting and continuous learning. You're learning new things all of the time. You're not afraid of learning. You are actively moving beyond and taking on new knowledge. And that means that when you go into an environment, you will be more adaptable and staying up to date with things. Leadership and initiative, also key characteristics. You can motivate other people. You are driving projects forward. So these are ways that when you are doing your CV, translate your skills into the speak of the organization or entity that you have. Just very, very briefly, I'm not going to go into this, but the World Economic Forum annually publishes various skills that it takes to hand. You have all of these skills. So it's about how you communicate them. And the fact is that nearly 50% of, I think there's about a half-life of 5 years on most skills. Owning your own business. If you look at the business model canvas, it's a really simple tool. Use that. Plot your value proposition. Look at what you need. And it doesn't have to be big, doesn't have to be extravagant. As I said, this is your vehicle that you can use, and you are taking ownership. So in summary, if you're looking at your key choices, your career choices, focusing on your sectors, personal branding, networking, breaking protocol, you are not going to get a job the traditional route. I can tell you that. Develop your skills, open a business. And that's what I have to share with you. I hope you find that useful. And I know that you've got quite a roster going and timing, but you are most welcome to reach out to me. All right. If there's any questions, if there's time, I'm happy to take. Yes, pink lady.
I don't think we've got our roving mics, so just yell. Yeah.
Nowadays it seems like experience. Okay, now I can stop shouting. Hello? Okay. Nowadays it seems like experience is the golden word. It's almost as if companies look at experience above your master's and your PhD. So I think something that we should try to do as we study, which is not easy to do at all, is to get experience, practical experience in the field. And it might be difficult, you might have to volunteer at places, but I really think it's something that we need to look at.
Absolutely.
Cool. Thank you.
Let's take Carol, and then I think we're going to move on.
Talking about continuous learning, why did you choose to do another PhD rather than just self-development? Thanks.
Yes. So also going back on my story, so I'd kind of stopped midway. I eventually did get a corporate career, and I was working at Standard Bank as head of digital for their wealth portfolio. And one of the things that was really intriguing me was about digital, the world of digital, and what was happening. And in that environment, what I couldn't figure out was why you would be looked at as a current account holder, a credit card holder, a vehicle holder, a home loans person, and you were just seen in these verticals and not looking at you through the line. And that got me interested in platforms and the view of how data connects and collects. And I guess from why I didn't just do another research paper, I wanted to get that the scientific skill, the empirical evidence of trying to motivate and push this angle forwards. And maybe I'm a sucker for punishment.
Guys, are you still going to be around?
Let's take these two.
Let's take these two and then it's done. Okay.
I just want to follow up on what she said. Whenever we encourage our students to do a master's or a PhD, we tell them, especially if it's a research master's or PhD, we tell them that's experience. We tell them on your CVs, put that as research experience. Is that wrong? Because I can tell you with my students, we give them, with a research PhD, it's a lot of work they have to do. They have to publish. Most of them are research assistants. And on top of that, they're doing their own actual work. So it's a bit impossible for them to go out and get the other experience or volunteer for the other experience. So what we tell them is that on their CVs, then put the research that you're doing in the lab as experience. Is that not considered experience?
It's considered, I would certainly consider it as experience, but I would say HR is not going to consider it as experience because they don't understand. So it's how you reframe it. So I would have it as organization, maybe it's the organization that they were working for, and it's just trying to reframe it. But maybe we can chat offline.
Last question. Gentleman here.
I think there was somebody else.
Yeah, guys, we're going to have to move on. I'm sorry. But we did say we'd take this question.
No, I think it's fine because
okay.
what I was going to
ask... let's use
the... Amelia, thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was very informative. I really love the fact that my key takeaway of your presentation is that you are, from what I'm looking on your LinkedIn here now, all right, I'm stalking. I did send you a request, by the way.
Okay.
But I see you're basically like the expert in marketing and in management. And I think what I've experienced personally and what I've noticed in our doctorate and PhD program is that students have a disability in that there is a lens from the private sector and public sector around what are the key capabilities and competencies required for them to get into a role. And the way that my peers are positioning themselves both in the LinkedIn space and also on their CV. They have the competencies, most likely, but there's a big gap in communicating and positioning it, marketing it, and managing how they bring it across to the narratives that the private sector requires. And that's where the challenge lies with getting jobs a lot of the time. And then they have to also go walk the journey of going into interviews to explain themselves and link it to what projects are going. And just linking it back to another student here about practical experience, we don't have that lens, that visibility. So in your view and based on your experience, what type of best advice you would give in terms of just practicality on positioning that? What would be best? Like reach out to HR personnel to have the chat, pay a consultant to help you. How do you then bridge that? Because I think that's where the challenge really lies, in them marketing themselves against their peers. And it's like a disability the way I look at it. Yeah, thanks again for your presentation.
Can I make a suggestion, Carol? I would make myself available to maybe have a workshop. And you're welcome. Send me through questions. You can connect to me on LinkedIn. We've already got there. Send me your questions, and let's do a workshop. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abela. That was truly astonishing, and very, very interesting. And thank you so much for the generous offer of the workshop. I'm sure we'll take that up. Our next speaker is Professor Ntebogang Mogalaka Fleischmann. She is the director of the Mamelodi campus here at University of Pretoria. She's a NRF-rated researcher in her own right and a full professor. And she's going to be chatting to us about how to create your career. Professor.
Good morning. So I'd swear me and Dr. Malaya exchanged notes, but I think that should not harm. So I'm quite honored to be able to stand before you here and share with you also some of what I call tools of the trade, how to build a successful career. And it really is not easy. And as you've heard from Dr. Malaya's presentation, that you work yourself up to a PhD, and you still have to work yourself up to get employed. So I was going to put up a snakes and ladder, but I also took that off last night. And also do some sort of a networking exercise. So I will still keep the networking exercise because I think networking is very good. So with a show of hands, let's see how many of you are from the same faculty. Okay, same department? Oh, okay. Same research group? Okay, great. Okay, so now, in the next few minutes, find somebody who's not from your same research group or faculty, and ask them, what are you good at? Or tell them, I am good at da-da-da-da. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we can settle. Wow. Okay, I should have brought a bell because this is clearly very interesting. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Can we settle down now? I still have to give my presentation. Wow. What did I just do there? So clearly you guys have a lot of things that you are good at. Okay. And also, I hope you did get the contact and the name of the person that you have just been talking to. There is a game show which says, I think it's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and you have an option to call a friend. And I hope you will use that call to call this friend who is good at something that you would like help with. Okay. So building a career really is, of course, it's a process. You don't just wake up one day and say, I'm going to be, a professor in chemistry. It takes time, and it starts really with you, identifying what is your passion, what are your passions, and also, defining what are your career goals, where would you like to be. So when you start off, I think even this starts very early on in our lives. Even when we are still at school, choosing the subjects, we choose them, very carefully because we know that these are the subjects that are going to lead us into the study program. Once we finish our undergraduate degree, we also, choose supervisors and programs very well based on our passions and also based on the goals that we want to achieve. And to be able to, of course, achieve your goals, you would need to know what are your strengths. But also equally, while you identify and know and leverage on your strengths, it is very important that you also work on your weak points or your blind spots. And I think most of the time it is easy for us to share with people. Let's say you go for an interview, they ask you, what is your strong point? It's very easy, it comes out very easy. But then when they ask you, what are your weaknesses? So be aware of those weaknesses and work on them and convert them into your strength. And also set yourself some goals, there is this saying that, if you don't plan, you are actually preparing to fail. So it's very important to know where you want to be, what are your, short-term goals, make them, what they call a SMART goal, make sure that they are achievable, that you can time them and so forth. And keep a journal, write them and hold yourself accountable. Okay. Very important, like I said, if you go into anything unplanned, most definitely you will get somewhere, right? But it might even take you much longer because you did not have a plan. So if you start off today to say, I want to take a trip down to the coast, okay? You need to plan, I need fuel, I need a car, I need how many stops am I going to make, things like those. They might sound trivial. You even need a map or directions to get there because you might head off on the N1 and you might end up somewhere else because there is a network of routes that connect from the N1. So have your short-term, your mid-term, and your long-term career plans. It's very important. Where will I be in a year's time? I want to finish, I want to write my thesis, okay? Jot that down. After this, where do I want to see myself in the next 5 years? Or maybe in the next 10 or so years. Okay. And it's very important that you discuss your plan with your supervisor or your manager, especially at work, if you are employed. There is something that is called a personal development plan, mostly in, in an organization or that you would need to agree on with your manager. So if your manager does not know your plans, how can they plan for you, to develop you? So first start with your own plans and then take those plans and share them with your supervisor or your manager. And also, if this is your master's or your PhD supervisor, okay, if you are planning on getting married, don't just rock up one morning and say, I'm eloping. Plan and communicate. It's very, very important. If you plan to finish your PhD in 9 months like Dr. Malaya, let it be known that I plan to finish this thing in 9 months. And also, it's good also to be reviewing those plans constantly, because sometimes life is not as linear, as we would want it to be. But review those milestones and also adjust them accordingly. But also, this will help you as well, to have some a room for disappointment. I come from, the chemistry discipline where you need to go to the laboratory, when you need to go to the field and collect samples, where, your experiments, can be affected by simple things like weather, It can rain a lot that you can lose a season's data. So, or, any external factor can come and really derail your plans. So have that room to be able to adjust your plans as and when needed. Okay, collaborating and networking. So since the beginning of the seminar, I hope you have had an opportunity to meet at least 1 or 2 people outside your discipline. It's very important to have that friend that you can call, okay? Dr. Malaya said we all need bankers, we all need accountants, we all need lawyers, okay? So this diverse network that is in here, make sure that you actually take advantage of that. And it's very important that you start building your networks quite very early on in your career. Don't wait until you are a professor and say, now I want to start to build a network. No, it starts now. When you are a master's student, keep in touch with those people that you meet at conferences, and also follow through, on the contacts that you have made. I know we collect lots and lots of business cards, but really, how many of those business cards, when you come back, do you actually follow through on that? So you never know, who you are going to need at which point of your career. And also, it's very important that, especially after your postdoctoral studies, that, I think it's very easy to work within your discipline, right? But try and start to work with other disciplines, because if you look at the research trends nowadays, everybody's moving towards inter and transdisciplinarity. If we are going to solve, these global challenges, I cannot solve them alone as a chemist. I can go to the lab, and analyze, a sample and give you the characteristics of that sample. But however, how does that help, to solve, for instance, the environmental challenges that we have? So through, transdisciplinarity, we cross-pollinate with other disciplines, and this brings about more creativity. You get more creative, and also it opens up opportunities for inclusivity. We know that in the world, about 30% of women, are in research, or they are researchers. So we must be actively inviting women to our networks and to our collaborative teams, because we need everybody's input, if we are going to make a difference. Traveling, very important. Participate in exchange programs while you still have the chance, while you're still even, an undergraduate student, Also, traveling opens up, of course, your network, but also, it allows you to build an international profile. And it's very important to have an international profile, especially, if you are going to either, your career goal is to work for a maybe multinational company, or if you want a career in academia. You cannot be in academia and also only be working with people from University of Pretoria. You need to open up those networks, but you can only do that through travel. Sorry. Okay. So it's very important to build a name for yourself in your sector or in your discipline, but also know the rules of the game. This is all a game, but have fun while you're doing it, For instance, if you are in academia, okay, and if you want to be a recognized academic and scholar, an NRF rating is one of the metrics that are used, to measure, your impact, to measure, your standing by your colleagues, by your peers, and by the international community. You must already know and work towards those milestones that will get you an NRF rating, and also participate in these several science academies that we have. There is a young Academy of Young Scientists in South Africa, which is affiliated to the South African Academy of Sciences. Sign up for these engagements. Maintain a membership of professional bodies. If your career has a professional body that regulates it, be a member and maintain the membership of that professional body, and participate in the activities of these professional bodies. And also there are some voluntary and scientific associations that you should also, it's very important that you register to that, to keep yourself abreast of what is happening, in your discipline, but also so that your colleagues in the sector can know who you are. Involve yourself with the community. Very important. You cannot be just a researcher or a scientist who is just you and your desk, or you and your students, or you and your colleagues. I know it takes a lot of time, to do what we call community service, as an academic, especially where you have to review articles, you have to examine dissertations and theses, and that you do, most of it, it's a thankless job, You don't do it for the money, but this is your contribution to the academy and to the discipline. Participate in webinars and other platforms, and not necessarily in your discipline. And I think Dr. Malaya mentioned that you should be able to communicate what you are doing outside your discipline to the community, to policymakers. So if there is an opportunity for you to participate in these engagements which are outside your discipline, please sign up for that. But most importantly, science that is not published, science that is not complete. So there is a saying, mostly I think it came from the Americas, that publish or perish. You publish or perish as an academic. And unfortunately, that is the truth. And writing is not easy, Let me tell you, even now as a professor, writing is not easy because the context is different. And also when you start to go across disciplines, it becomes even more challenging. But please make sure that you publish, your publication footprint is both local and also international. Developing yourself, you heard from the previous speaker, very important. Okay, you must work on your writing skills. Technical writing, scientific writing, writing for the general community and general media platforms is very important. Presentation skills, also very critical, and also being able to to adjust your presentation according to the audience. If you are asked to come and address high school learners, or primary school, or even ECD learners, you must be able to still communicate your science, but be able to tone it to that level. If you are asked to to address a parliamentary portfolio, of course you need to speak the language of the parliament. So you must be able to hone your writing and your presentation skills to that effect. Reading, very important. There is no way that you can have a successful career if you are not reading. You need to know what are the latest developments, what are the trends out there. So you can only do that through if you read and inform yourself. And also you must be able to be known for something. And this is something that, as young scientists, you should caution against being a jack of all trades. That can work against you. Create a niche area, be known for that niche area, But also remember, I said you need to be able to cross across disciplines. But you must first be an expert in your niche area. Position yourself, to be the brand that people should be associated with. And already I'm signing up for your for your workshop, Dr. Malaya. Branding, you have to evolve as a brand, right? You cannot be the same person that you were pre-COVID, so that also, it requires yourself to position yourself to the latest. What are the latest trends? What are the latest topics, on the table? This week we know there was BRICS. How do you fit into the BRICS conversation? So those are the things that you should be able to do to develop yourself. But most importantly, get help. Sometimes I think it's very difficult for people to ask for help. Get help, get a mentor. Very important. Somebody who's walked, those shoes or that road before, to remove and also to say, no, wrong move. Yes, you're on the right path. You need a cheerleader in your life. I don't know about you, but I like cheerleaders, and I like cheerleading for other people. And also get a coach for your life. Sometimes it's difficult. How do I balance this career, family? How do you balance life as a whole? Because remember, you're not an island. You still have to live beyond your career. So get a coach, get yourself a mentor, work with them to as you craft your career path. And also, it's very important to learn about, the local and the global context. I cannot overemphasize this. If your research is only focused on, the perspectives of children in Soshanguve, you will never grow, So please make sure that you learn and you know about the local and the continental and the global challenges. But what are the scientific and innovation trends out there? And also, what are the emerging topics, so that you can be able to repackage yourself as you rebrand yourself to stay relevant. And at the end of the day, nobody's going to do it for you. It's all about you. But when you build your career, there are some, non-negotiables. There are some values, there are some principles that you should be subscribing to. For instance, and I always say this to postgraduate students, do not be tempted to take shortcuts. Do not take shortcuts, Do everything with integrity. It will speak for you when you are not even in the room, Be careful of, the temptation, while we say you may publish or perish, but be careful of the temptation to take the short route to publication. We know about the publication stockfells. Do not be part of the publication stockfells. I'm telling you, if you don't know what a stockfell is, we can talk after this. But stay humble. It's very important. I mean, if you look at even your Nobel laureates, those people are very humble, very easy people, that are relatable. Okay, people will invite you to come and give guest lectures at their events, but if you're pompous, I mean, look at Donald Trump, yeah. Be teachable, Every day is an opportunity to learn something new. Open yourself up to be taught, even by people not in your discipline, A man on the street can teach you something, So be teachable, have an open mind, but also be resilient. It's very important to be able to be resilient, but these are things that you develop with time. Be flexible. It's very important to be able to be flexible. If you are rigid, you will not grow, you will stagnate. But also, very important, learn new skills. Skills like AI and coding, you cannot, ignore them. And an example that I'd like to give recently is that my daughter is studying international relations and politics. And on one of our calls, I said, so how was your day? She said, guess what? I learned how to code today. Yeah, I was like, huh? Yes. So coding is not only for physicists or chemists or mathematicians or engineers, it's for everybody. Learn that skill. You never know when you're going to to need it. But also, do not give up. It's not easy. That's snakes and ladder. It's not easy. There are going to be challenges along the way, which are going to take you maybe on your 95 back to zero, where you have to start again. But you must be able to fall forward. So what matters is the number of times that you stand up and move on when you do fall down. And also take time to yourself. Work is not good. I know your supervisors are putting pressure on you, but with planning, you are able to plan around some me time around that, Mental health issues are something that I think with COVID, they've become very much highlighted. Do not take them for granted. So take time for yourself, for your family, breathe. And most importantly, live. Life does not revolve around the laboratory, around your PhD. Live your life. Okay. And also, follow your passion. She followed her passion from a career in science to a career in marketing. Follow your passion. Then I see a passionate woman, And also, tap into the available information and resources. And this goes back to getting help, And this is why I said, ask each and everybody here or the person next to you, what are you good at? I might need some financial, analysis, help. I'm not a financial person, but I need to be able to read the financial statement of the university. So I might just knock on your door and say, please, can you help me? How do I translate this financial statement? Okay. But also in closing, all of this really takes sacrifice. There's nothing that comes easy. It is a lot of hard work. It's a lot of sacrifice. It's a lot of missed birthdays, missed weddings. We as Africans, we bury every weekend. So you might need to be able to find a way to tell your parents, your spouse, your relatives that, can you please bury Uncle so-and-so? I need to write my thesis so that I can complete. And can I tell you, if you do it in a humble way, they understand. But if you are pompous, they won't come to your funeral. Okay, so at the end of the day, a job is how you make money, and we have to be honest. We need money to be able to live and to survive. Okay, a career is how you make a mark, so be sure that you leave a positive mark. But a calling is how you acknowledge a higher vision and whatever it might be. So I hope that through your career, you can be able to live out and fulfill your calling. Thank you. Sorry. Someone? Yeah. If there are any questions, I'm not sure if we have time. Someone?
We can take one or two questions.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Amalia and Professor Ntabiseng for the nice presentations. They really invoked a lot in me. I'm about to submit for my PhD thesis, and also with the reference of the snake and ladders that you keep on referencing. I am proud alumni of Mamelodi campus. It was one of the hurdles that I had to start at, but a lot of people didn't understand why sometimes you have to take a different route. But that helped me, to end up where I am today. So also another thing that you guys kept on referring to is about us as researchers, or by the virtue of doing masters and PhDs, we already have the capacity, but most of the time we lack the self-sufficiency, of knowing that we are enough, and we're not able to translate what we have to what the industry needs. So I would love to advise my fellow colleagues here that they should continue attending such workshops and conferences, because at the end of the day, they will help you beyond the research that we do behind our desks. So, and all the best.
Yeah, I think we're done. Okay, there's one last question there.
Yes, thank you. That's a very important question I've asked. And also, I think I've mentioned that be careful of this, what I've coined publication stock files, because really this is where most of the time the quality of the work is compromised, because what the end goal is to publish as many papers as possible. So at the end of the day, it's a personal decision that you have to take, and if you even look at early scientists like your Einstein. Einstein did not write 200 papers. You know how many papers he wrote? But they are still being referenced today. So high quality science can still be cited years after you have published that paper. So also look out for what is called the H-index. The H-index also is an indication of your impact of the research. So if there's a paper, 100 papers, published by a single author or a group of stockfile authors, but nobody cites them, that also should be red flags. So for me, work on quality, and it takes time, to hone that skill. So rather have that one paper, that few good papers, I'm not saying you must publish few, but have those papers, that are such of a high quality in high quality journals that people would be able to refer to. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof. Thanks so much. Thank you very much, Prof. Ntebogang. That was a very interesting and motivating talk. Right, we're getting to the competition part of today's program now. Logistically, this is a bit of a sausage machine, okay? So we're trying to get through, you'll see sort of 20, 25 different presentations. And so what I want you to do is, if you know that you're coming up next and you are in the middle of a row, when the previous person comes up, just move to the edge so that you can come up quickly. I'd also remind you that one of the prizes we give is the sort of People's Choice Award, which is voted on. Now, if you're anything like me, you tend to only remember the last presentation that you saw. So have a pen with you and just jot down, you can do it any way you like, a little mark out of 3 or something, for the presentations, so that the early ones still get your consideration for when it comes to voting time. Beyond that, we've got the clock in front of you. So last year I had my own microphone where I could just pretty much cut in. This time I'm going to be sitting down here and watching the clock, and I will jump up if you go over 3. Can I suggest to you, don't reference the clock. Don't say, oh, I see I've only got so much left or whatever. Just keep going with your presentation. But if you do see that you're going down into the last 20 seconds or so, you really do need to wrap up, please. If you go over 3, we will taunt you. I don't know. If you go far too over, we'll disqualify you. Can I just confirm, the VYT, it's 1 minute, eh?
In terms of the People's Choice, The voting is going to be online. There's going to be a QR code that's going to be on the screen that you just scan, and then you go back and then you vote for your people's choice.
Okay, sorry, just say that again about the voting. There'll be a thing on
There'll
the
be
screen.
a QR code that will be on the screen. So you just take out your phone, snap it. It should take you to the poll directly.
Okay, and these are pre-recorded. People aren't coming up.
Yes.
Ah, okay, you see, I'd forgotten that bit about it. I was worried because the clock here said 3. Okay, so then it's actually going to be quite easy, the VYT section, and then we'll, okay, any questions? I can't yet, what?
No, you don't have to submit those. We decided last minute to go tech savvy for IR.
All right, okay, so the way this is going to work is we're just then going to play the different presentations for this VYT section, and then people jumping up and down, that happens with the 3-minute thesis. All right, so enjoy it, folks.
They're also judged, so please be mindful of the fact that you're being judged.
Testing is a fundamental aspect of electronics reliability. With electronics devices becoming smaller and production volumes becoming larger, testing becomes more difficult and expensive. When considering radio frequency systems, this problem is exacerbated, where testing costs as much as 38% of the total production cost. Once a system is deployed, it can become impractical or even impossible to test. Radio frequency test setups are complex and require specialized equipment to generate test inputs and measure device outputs. To reduce test complexity, we investigate a method called oscillation-based testing. This uses feedback to destabilize the device under test, resulting in a self-sustaining resonant oscillation, which can be measured to diagnose the device. This results in a much simpler test setup, and if integrated into the system, can provide diagnostics after deployment. Thank you.
Something I've been forgetting to do, and I'm worried that this person's battery is going to run out. A white Renault KX68LCGP. KX68LCGP, white Renault, your light's on.
Welcome to the world of the interplanetary internet, where future missions to deep space will be able to communicate through a network of individual connections. Communication in space is far from easy. Signals travel vast distances, taking minutes, even hours to reach their destinations. Planets rotate and satellites orbit, interrupting connections. Enter the stars of our story, routing algorithms. These cosmic navigators guide data through dynamic networks, ensuring swift delivery. But beware, a bad route leads to dramatic data delays. Fear not, for my mission is to compare and improve these crucial protocols. Through computer simulation, I push different algorithms to their limits in realistic scenarios, finding their weaknesses and proposing solutions. Join me on this journey to optimize space communication and unlock the true potential of our exploration of the universe.
Tactic is an amateraz-based insecticide that is commonly used in sub-Saharan Africa to treat cattle for ticks. Tactic is often mixed with water in communal plunge dipping pools, and this is no longer effective against ticks and cattle because it is used in too low concentrations. In this dissertation, an electronic nose was developed with low-cost available sensors to monitor the concentration of Tactic insecticide in farm water samples. This device was able to achieve a 96.5% prediction accuracy with a naive Bayes classifier algorithm in detecting different concentrations of Tactic insecticide in farm water. Furthermore, two low-cost sol-gel screen-printed zinc oxide nanoparticle solutions were compared with an off-the-shelf zinc oxide nanoparticle solution for creating custom zinc oxide gas sensors These were also used at room temperature conditions and could not only detect tactic insecticide, but could also monitor tactic insecticide in water, and with the added bonus of being used at room temperature conditions, which drastically improved their power usage.
Since its inception, Business Rescue as a method to assist financially struggling enterprises in South Africa has garnered significant academic and practical attention. The Business Rescue Plan, which is the ultimate decision-making document for the company's stakeholders, has been a neglected and underdeveloped part of the regime. Creditors are the most powerful stakeholders in company rescue proceedings because they have the opportunity to vote on the business recovery plan. The Business Rescue Plan should be transparent and sufficiently disclose relevant, reliable, and high-quality information, as well as hold the business rescue practitioner accountable. Furthermore, leadership and social impact data were discovered to be influential predictors. This study increases academic knowledge while also adding value to the formulation of company rescue plans for practitioners.
My name is Sobake Mudisani, and my study is the descriptive anatomical study of the dorsalis pedis artery for clinical and surgical procedures. The DPA is the main arterial supply of the foot. It branches into the lateral tarsal artery, the medial tarsal artery, the arcuate artery which branches into the second to fourth dorsal metatarsal artery, and the first dorsal metatarsal artery. It is an important landmark for pedal pulsation in children and adults. It is also used for reconstructive surgical repairs, as well as bypass grafts for salvaging ischemic limbs in diabetic patients. However, variations are common, which leads to misdiagnosis. This study aims to provide a detailed anatomical study of the DPA using 200 feet. From the results, we found 14 various branching patterns. We also measured the position of the DPA on the ankle, and we found it to be slightly skewed to the medial side. Variations are common, however, the knowledge will assist surgeons in performing successful procedures. Thank you.
Cancer can be described as the growth of cells without any regulatory mechanisms in the body. Specific to Southern Africa, there has been a rising prevalence in cancer cases, emphasizing the need for targeted therapeutics. Current treatments for cancers such as melanoma are not effective, thus leading to the regrowth of cancer cells after treatments. This is where I come in. In my MSc, I aim to explore the possible anti-cancer effects of compounds EGCG and MAS51. EGCG is a bioactive catechin found in green tea. MAS51 is an anti-lymphangiogenic factor, meaning that it prevents the spread of cancer cells throughout the lymphatic system. We hypothesize that these compounds will block the receptors which enable tumor cell proliferation, thus allowing our compounds to fight and kill the cancer cells. In my study, I also look at the effects of these compounds on cellular morphology, as this will help us to understand the type of mechanistic killing caused by our compounds.
Increase in violence and murders in South Africa results in the increased discovery of unidentified individuals. Unfortunately, dental records and DNA matching are not functional methods in developing countries. Forensic anthropologists establish a biological profile from skeletal remains. Recent studies have identified that age may affect the skeletal elements we use to estimate sex. The growth and deterioration related to aging that occurs throughout an individual's life may affect the classic skeletal sex indicators, and therefore the estimation of sex. Overlap between sexes may lead to misclassification. Division into individuals older and younger than 40 years of age leads to increased accuracy in younger individuals, but decreased accuracy in older individuals. The pelvis did not show significant differences between the cohorts, which is contradictory to what is currently known from existing literature. Contrary to what is reported in the literature, the traits do not seem to be greatly influenced by age, and so taking age into consideration for sex estimation and skeletal analyses does not appear to be necessary. However, further research should be done to look into the effects on other methods.
We live in the liberated South Africa that is filled with different kinds of discrimination. Women are getting raped and killed for their disobedience towards the male humanity. All genders are getting killed for being gay or lesbian or anything outside the perpetrator's normal. We are not educated about human rights. Let us educate our society about human rights pertaining to gender. This study determined the source of heterosexism, allosexism, and sexism.
Intimate femicide is the leading cause of female murder in South Africa. It is accompanied by countless challenges for family victims and police officers who are often first responders of violent and traumatic incidents which can place their mental health at risk. Which is why I explored the subjective experiences of police detectives working with the families of victims of intimate femicide in South Africa. The study contributes to existing literature on policing intimate femicide, illuminating the psychological effects. 8 police detectives of the murder group unit were interviewed. The study found that police detectives handling intimate femicide cases are exposed to immeasurable challenges and violence and find themselves playing dual roles when working with family victims, resulting in acute and long-term psychological effects. The family victims experience varied emotional responses during the death notification and investigation process. While police detectives employ coping mechanisms and psychological services, there is reluctance towards utilizing them.
Worldwide, numerous studies have been done to assess the status of land degradation and to quantify its effects on land users. However, little is known about what small-scale farmers in South Africa perceive as land degradation and how it influences their livelihoods. To address this challenge, I interviewed 12 small-scale farmers in Komata-Port in Mpumalanga. I found that salinization, waterlogging, and soil erosion influence small-scale farmers' livelihoods by reducing farm sizes, damaging irrigation infrastructure, and causing water shortages, leading to poor yields and low profits. With the lack of safety nets, other challenges such as climate change, theft, and lack of finances further exacerbate their vulnerability to land degradation. As such, the study's findings will contribute to the planning of integrated initiatives to address the socioeconomic and environmental challenges farmers face and build sustainable livelihoods. The Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, also known as the NICU, is a temporary home for very sick babies. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many babies in this environment received limited care due to pandemic-related restrictions. Parental involvement allows mothers to bond with their babies during various activities. This bonding has numerous advantages for both babies and parents. Under normal circumstances, mothers are allowed to bathe and feed their babies, change their nappies, and spend time getting to know their little ones with the help of nurses in the NICU ward. However, during the pandemic, many of these tasks were taken over by nurses, as parents were intermittently available. The COVID-19 pandemic impacted parental involvement in NICUs. Parents were only allowed into the wards on certain days and times, and as a result, were unable to spend as much time as they wanted with their babies. Although parents were not completely restricted from being in the ward, their involvement was reduced.
Over 500,000 children with disabilities in South Africa do not have access to basic education. This is despite the adoption of a Supreme Constitution which guarantees the right to basic education for all. Children with disabilities continue to face multiple barriers in accessing this very crucial human right. White Paper 6, which is South Africa's policy on inclusive education, has been poorly implemented over the past 2 decades and does not have any binding force. Furthermore, lack of resources, inadequate teacher training, and a lack of court precedents on the substantive content and the right to inclusive education have served as significant barriers. My recommendation is that there needs to be sufficient funding and resources allocated to the development of an inclusive education.
Breaking news, our food system as we know it is under threat. Multiple stakeholders have reported concern over the impact that the Rift Valley fever virus has had on their respective sector. My research reviews the impact of Rift Valley fever and then identifies the measures recommended to prevent that impact and protect food systems. This applies a One Health approach to a problem that is felt by many at different levels.
The world is faced with rapid population growth. More project work will need to serve the growing nations and ensure nutrition and sustain goals. This is a challenge for Africa as it is a net importer with weak economies, policies, and low Africa trade. Africa has been engaged in countries in the largest inter-African trade agreement called AfCFTA, which seeks to facilitate trade, reduce trade barriers, creating a continental market, and boost inter-African trade. This will in turn boost African economy competitiveness and Africa's trading position to the global market. The study seeks to evaluate AfCFTA's potential implications for territorial trade by looking at Turkey's contribution to low inter-Africa trade in 24 African states that have signed and ratified the agreement for period 1996-2019. Thank you.
Hi, today let's talk about cassava. Cassava is an imported crop feeding millions of families all around the world. Well, what about cassava in South Africa? Why is South Africa a net importer of cassava starch? We find that cassava is underutilized in South Africa. Despite the misinformation around the dangers of eating cassava, farmers are eating and enjoying the crop. However, farmers produce small quantities on small-scale land. This happens because most of small-scale farmers lack skills and knowledge for optimal cassava production. Farmers' skills and knowledge are influenced by their socio-economic and demographic factors. Most likely, we can improve cassava production by training farmers, opening local and international markets, and fostering awareness about cassava production and consumption benefits.
Rapid urbanization in South Africa has led to an increasing population that puts enormous pressure on the already deteriorating infrastructure, resulting in the pollution of water sources used by farmers. Additionally, unsustainable farming methods are being used to meet the increasing food demands. Such methods involve the misuse of antibiotics and polluted water sources, which contribute significantly to the spread of foodborne pathogens and antimicrobial resistance across the food chain. Smallholder farming is being seen as an alternative to meet the increasing food demands by potentially producing high-quality, safe food to people living in rural and peri-urban areas. My project aimed to investigate the presence and contamination sources across the water-soil plant interface within these farms. By doing so, we aim to help the farmers grow higher quality and safer produce, which will ultimately increase their market access and standard of living, while also increasing food security in South Africa.
Right, well done, folks. So I trust that you've made notes, and we'll get Nkutakazi to just explain to us again how the voting is going to work. We've actually running a bit early now, so what I'm going to suggest is that instead of having our break from, I'm assuming we can take the break early, eh? Does anyone know? There's no, we can, eh? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take the break from now until 11:30. Let's be back here by 11:30, and then we'll start the 3-minute theses. Yes.
Before we go, please, Jean-Nic, please, there's that thing, that one. So you just scan and then you vote for your favorite presentation. It will take you directly to the poll.
Okay, we'll leave this up here during the break, so that's, so if you want to come and scan it on the screen here, you're also welcome.
No, because people might vote multiple times. So that is up there for 5 minutes and we're done.
Oh, okay. I trust you are well watered and provisioned and ready for the meat of the day. Okay, so as we've actually got quite a lot more time than we thought we were going to have, so we're maybe not as time pressured, which means I don't need you to sort of jack in the boxing and so on. As long as you know you can get up here fairly smartly, that'll be great. So just to remind you of the rules, there's a 3-minute limit on your presentation. I have a microphone, so when I see you go past your 3 minutes, I'm just going to cut in and say thank you very much and encourage a round of applause. It's not personal, but it is fun. We also, this year, have decided that we'll take a question after each presentation. I'm only going to take one because we've got 30-odd presentations and even that is going to extend the program by about half an hour. So first person to stick their hands up gets to ask the question. Please ask a question. Don't make statements or tell us about your own stories. And we don't have to take a question after every presentation. But if you've got something that you would like to ask, by all means put your hand up and we will get a microphone to you. So the roving mics we'll just keep an eye out for you. My suggestion would be, like literally get your hand up the moment that the presentation finishes, so that we can get that done. Beyond that, the voting it will work the same as it did for the 1-minute presentations, in that at the end of all of the presentations, we'll put up the QR code and you can go on and vote. And obviously the judges will be monitoring these 3-minute theses as well. But most of all, just have fun. Just have fun and enjoy it. Okay. We're going to start with Mr. Radebe. Sorry, I don't have any of your first names on here. But Mr. Radebe, who's from EBIT in the Department of Industrial Engineering, and he's going to be talking about big data integration. Is Mr. Radebe here? There you go.
Good day. All of us on a daily basis utilizes fast-moving consumer goods. The South African industry, and the retail sector to be specific, contributes 1 trillion to the GDP of South Africa. 70% of that comes from fast-moving consumer goods. However, they spend 57% and 29% through warehousing and logistic costs. There is massive data generated by this industry. Regrettably, the data is fragmented, siloed, and company-specific, which deprives the organization or the fast-moving consumer sector not to be collaborated, integrated, shared data, and have a final view. My thesis predicates on identifying sensible information that can be shareable by all within the industry, to be able to share the information and streamline the data and be able to produce the data instantly. The conceptual framework within that big data allows us to identify the predictive data that's being used by the capabilities of big data. Big data applies and utilizes efficient analytics, predictive, prescriptive, which enables us to be able to deliver the streamlined and shared information. Without that, the information will continue to increase the cost of warehousing and logistics. It is on those premises that the thesis seeks to address the issue of sharing information across the supply chain to be able to have a visual view across the supply chain and be able to reduce the cost of warehousing and logistics. It is hopeful that after the thesis has been completed and the research has been finalized, we can be able to reduce the cost of warehousing, have a single view of the data. You can be able to view the data at any given point in time, and the data can be consumed by any of those. Once the cost of the warehousing and logistics has been reduced, we're hoping that the manufacturers will pass the cost or the benefit back to the consumers so that they can have a buying power. Because at the present moment, we are living in an era where the cost of buying all of those fast-moving consumer goods, it at a higher pace. Now, it is very important that we reduce that cost and have and increase the buying power for the consumers. Thank you.
Excellent. Can you put this mic on, please? Excellent. Any questions? Going once, going twice? Right, thank you very much, Mr. Redebe. Cheers. See, not so scary, eh? Our next presenter is Ms. Kobu, also from EBIT's Department of Chemical Engineering, this time talking about ecological and human health risk assessments of heavy metals.
By looking at the title and seeing heavy metals and wastewater, most people assume that they're not affected since metals are produced by industrial operations and they're of anthropogenic nature. They also make an assumption that wastewater is the responsibility of the municipality, but to what extent do humans play a role in the contamination of the wastewater and the water supply system as a whole? To address this issue and to find the sources of the existence of heavy metals in wastewater, samples were collected from the largest wastewater treatment plant in Pretoria, the up and the downstream of the river that is connected to the wastewater treatment plant, and the 5 manholes that collected a mixture of industrial and domestic waste. From these samples, 15 metals were detected and evaluated based on the World Health Organization permissible limits, and the metals which were found to be above the limits were your aluminium, your arsenic, your cadmium, your chromium, your iron, manganese, lead, and zinc. And I know most people who know their metal story very well are already arguing that some of these metals are essential micronutrients for growth. But how much risk is being posed on the aquatic organisms and the ecological system as a whole? The risk questions for 3 subtropical organisms, which are your algae, your crustaceans, and your fish, were calculated, and only nickel and cobalt showed no risk towards these organisms having lower RQ values. Now, we know that without algae, there's no food for crustaceans, without crustaceans, there's no food for fish, and without fish, there's no yummy fish and chips. The human risk assessments were also evaluated by calculating the hazard quotients for children and others through 3 pathways, which is your oral, your dermal, and your inhalation. And again, nickel and cobalt had lower risk hazard quotients, whereas the rest of the metals had higher hazard quotients, especially through inhalation and oral contact. Now imagine a homeless child who depends solely on the river water for survival. And not only is the river water at risk, but also the samples that were collected from manholes which collected domestic wastewater had high risk quotients and hazard quotients, which brings us to a question: where does the metals in domestic water come from? Is it from our industrial runoffs? Is it from our fertilizers that we use for our grass? Is it from our cosmetic products, or even improper disposal of your iron supplements? These are the key questions that we are trying to resolve in our studies. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mpho, and this is just a portion of my PhD study. Thank you.
Beautifully done, well done. Any questions? You are off the hook.
Thank you.
Well done. Mrs. Olusegun from the Faculty of Education, Department of Education Management, Law and Policy, is going to be chatting to us about public-private partnerships in managing ICT infrastructure in schools.
In 2017, the Telecom Foundation introduced a project that is called Connected School Project. Through this project, they supplied cutting-edge ICT infrastructure to certain underprivileged public secondary schools in Tshwane West District. So through this research, I aim now to investigate how Telecom Foundation, a private entity, partnered with the beneficiary schools, who are public entities, to manage the ICT infrastructure provided by the foundation pro bono to these to these beneficiary schools. So I used the stakeholder theory by Freeman to navigate through the study, and I used a qualitative research process also to navigate through the study. Then I used individual interview for the participant as the data collection tools for my study. And 6 locations were involved in this study. The beneficiary schools, the schools that benefited from this ICT infrastructure, 4 of them, the Telecom Foundation Office, and the Tshwane West District Office. And in addition to that, 10 participants were involved. 4 principals from those schools, 4 ICT coordinators, the Telecom Foundation official in charge of that project, and the Tshwane West District official who was coordinating and monitoring the partnership between Telecom Foundation and these schools. And the study findings revealed different strategies that all the participants, they used to manage the ICT infrastructure that the Telecom Foundation provided. Also, through this study, it emerged that there are 3 tiers of participants, of stakeholders. We have the primary, secondary, and what I call supplementaries. And from all of these findings, I now came up with a model which I termed ICT Infrastructure Management Ecosystem Model. Thank you.
Well done. Questions? In the front.
Hi, how did you select your study areas, and how did you minimize bias in selecting your study locations?
Because the secondary schools, because they were the beneficiaries of the ICT infrastructure, that one automatically qualified them to be part of the study. And there was no bias because they were directly involved with the Telecom Foundation. So that put them directly as the beneficiary and as the participant in the study.
Cool. Thank you very much. Next up is Ms. Modibo, also from the Faculty of Education, this time the Department of Educational Psychology, and is going to be talking about LO teachers' support of grade 12 learners.
Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Sustainable Development Goals, specifically SDG 4, says that on target number 4.3, all nations that are part of the United Nations need to make sure that they provide education that is equitable, education that is affordable, and also education that is of high quality. Research indicates that individuals who hold tertiary qualification can be able to secure employment. According to statistics, by Statistics SA, quarter 2 of 2022, it indicates there that 46.5% of youth are in the need category. Need means not in education, employment, or training. So some of these individuals have grade 12 certificate that meet the admission requirements to can access tertiary institutions. However, because of transitional challenges, they are able to then go to study at tertiary institutions. So in my study, it made me to ponder and say, how then can life orientation teachers support grade 12 learners in transitioning to tertiary institutions? Life orientation teachers in South Africa are the teachers that are employed to teach life orientation that is compulsory in all South African schools. So in this study, 4 life orientation teachers and 2 higher education support staff members form part of the sample. I made an argument and said, according to research, there are 2 skills that are very critical that can enhance the transitioning journey of our grade 12 students. namely life skills and career development. So what happened is, after interviewing them and using the VNet as the strategy, I found that indeed life orientation teachers do support our grade 12 learners for them to transition to tertiary institutions. And I believe that these findings, if they can be implemented, then they can assist South Africa to reach the targets of SDG 4, which is quality education. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Madiba. Questions? There's one on the right here.
Hi, you said that you used 4 life orientation teachers. Isn't that just a very small study population?
Okay, I hear it's a small population, but what happened, I used various methods of data collection. So I used about 5, so that I can be able to triangulate my results and make sure that what I get can be able to be used to improve the support of our life orientation teachers. Remember, in most cases, qualitative research is not generalizable. So it will, in most cases, be applicable to the area where I conducted research. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Mayer. He's from the Faculty of Economic Management Sciences and is going to be chatting about firm behavior.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, my name is Michael, and I'm a macroeconomist in the Department of Economics. And the topic for today is on firm behavior and the business cycle. Okay? Now, if you draw your attention to the analogy here that I've presented, in top organizations, corporations, and government, the top decision makers of an organization, on average, have about 4% of information available for them to make appropriate decisions. So if you draw your analogy to the iceberg effect on top of the sea level, that's the 4%. But what's not revealed to the naked eye below the surface is a large part of that iceberg that's filled with a lot of detailed information. And in my PhD, what I do is I avoid making assumptions about the macroeconomy from aggregated data, and I formed a panel of firms for the past 14 years. A panel of firms that I analyze that represents various sectors in the South African economy, small, medium, and large, significantly larger firms that represent the macroeconomy. And I then shed light. And as you all know, we are in COVID at the moment, which is one of those shocks that I look at together with a number of other shocks that affect firms through their life cycle. And I then shed light on the most important factors that firms have available to them to insulate and cushion them against these macroeconomic shocks. And for the past centuries, the economies all over the world and countries have faced shocks, and we are currently in a shock and a recession. We've come out of COVID, we're in a load-shedding shock. So I look at these shocks, and I look at what is the most important determinant that help to cushion and insulate shocks against these firms. And what I revealed so far is that cash, which might be something simple to understand, cash, liquid cash, that firms have on their balance sheet is one of the most important determinants to cushion firms, to protect them as buffer against these vulnerabilities. Like if the interest rate starts increasing, or load shedding, the cost of doing business takes place, or if there's a war going on between two countries and we're limited and their debt starts to erode, if they don't have any customers that can come because of COVID restrictions, these firms faces significant challenges. And cash can help to cushion them, to continue to invest into their businesses, help them to continue to employ people to work for them when they don't have enough profitability, help the firms to be able to price better against their competition, and thus surviving, helping us to keep people employed in the economy, which is the importance, that we've faced significant unemployment for a long time in South Africa, and that's one of the strongest motivations for doing this study. Thank you very much for your time, everybody.
Thank you, Michael. Questions? Over there, right behind you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for the nice presentation. My question is just a small one. I just want to know, since you're saying cash is the most important thing for these firms, What about the trade-off between investing in productive assets like that can bring a lot of profitability and having a large cash reserves? So how did you account for that in your study?
Absolutely. So what I do is I run a dynamic partly, a semi-parametric model, okay, where in my regression, the dependent variable is indeed that capital, stock of firms, which is the proxy for investment, because that capital that firms invest into yields returns. And that's the dependent variable. And on the explanatory side, the predictors, the determinant is cash, along with a multivariate regression function that I use. And I find that cash is the strongest correlation with capital, which is investment. Thanks for the question.
Cool. Thank you very much. Cool. Next up from the Faculty of Health Sciences, Department of Physiology, it'll be Miss Basson, and she's going to be talking to us about the use of the letter M in cleverly titled studies.
Ladies and gentlemen, scientists and fellow math enthusiasts, gather around for a tale of melanoma, mathematics, and metastasis. But let me assure you, this isn't your typical math class. Oh no, we're about to unravel the mysterious world of melanoma, which is an aggressive type of skin cancer, where melanoma cells take a vacation to secondary sites in the human body and throw one heck of a party in a process called metastasis. But fear not, for we have a secret weapon, CTCE 9908. This compound, the security guard, knows how to ruin all the fun by antagonizing the party animal called CXCR4, which is a protein that is upregulated in melanoma. CTCE 9908 crashes the party by putting a stop to processes that may lead to metastasis. Now, I know what you're thinking. If CTCE 9908 is so amazing, why don't we just shower it on those misbehaving melanoma cells? But, ladies and gentlemen, this tale has a catch. CTCE 9908 comes with a hefty price tag. So, to overcome that obstacle, we created a mathematical model to predict the effects of CTCE 9908 over time and estimate the ideal concentration and exposure duration to send those melanoma cells packing. And guess what? The results were fantastic. The mathematical model was able to predict the exact amount of CTCE 9908 needed to inhibit half of the growth of melanoma cells at any specific time point in a range from 0 to 100 hours. So, ladies and gentlemen, the future looks bright, except for those melanoma cells, of course. With the power of science and mathematics on our side, we are one step closer to conquering the metastatic mystery of melanoma. But the journey doesn't end there. We have animal models to back up our data. And who knows, maybe even a superhero cape for CTCE 9908. Thank you.
If you ever wondered what a children's TV presenter would be like if she were if she was studying melanoma. Delightful. Any questions, folks? Beautifully done. Well done. Staying with the Faculty of Health, from the School of Health Systems and Public Health, we've got Ms. Makonyane to talk about the link between temperature variability and hospitalization.
Have you ever wondered why you shiver when you feel cold, or why you sweat when you're feeling too warm? Well, this is because the body uses shivering and sweating as one of the mechanisms to maintain a core body temperature of 37 Celsius degrees and a skin temperature of 33 Celsius degrees. However, there are many factors that might influence the temperature balance of the body. And one of those factors is ambient temperature. For example, when cold temperatures can directly trigger shivering, and hot temperatures can directly trigger sweating. And when temperatures vary a lot within a short interval, that might overwhelm our thermoregulatory system and make us more vulnerable to diseases or illness. The aim of my study was to investigate the association between temperature variation and hospital admissions due to respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, and as well as to assess whether season and weather types or air masses play a role in that relationship. In summary, I found positive associations between temperature variability and hospital admissions, with the 15 to 64 years age group more sensitive to exposure to temperature variability. And in regards to season, I found that the risks of being hospitalized due to cardiovascular diseases were higher during warm season, and the risks of being hospitalized due to respiratory diseases were higher during the cold season. And the effects of temperature variation were higher or stronger during moist tropical weather conditions. In conclusion, my study was able to show that temperature variability is an independent risk factor for hospital admissions, and also season and weather types modify the relationship between temperature variation and hospital admissions. In conclusion, my study was able to demonstrate that more attention should be paid to unstable weather conditions, because especially when assessing the health effects of climate change, because climate change does not only increase average temperatures, but also the variability in temperature. Ladies and gentlemen, this was just a portion of my PhD thesis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, well done. Oh, sorry, there was a question. Not so fast.
Not so fast.
Interesting study. I'm curious as to the application and who the beneficiaries of that knowledge, seeing that we're talking about the knowledge economy earlier in the morning.
The application of the study, well, there are really few climate and health-related studies in South Africa. So this will just add to the knowledge about the health risks of climate indicators in South Africa, and as well as they can form, the results can form a basis in creating new policies or advancing the current policies on climate-related issues.
Cool, thank you. Still with the Faculty of Health Sciences, this time the Department of Nursing, Mrs. Sechwala is going to be chatting about mother and child HIV.
Good morning and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Narsogwale. I'm presenting support available for mothers with children who are HIV positive in Limpopo province. HIV is still the biggest challenge that faces the global healthcare system, and 60% of adults living with HIV infection are women. 29% of pregnant women attend government antenatal clinics, and vertical transmissions have resulted in a large burden of pediatric HIV disease. My study explored the availability of support for HIV-positive mothers and their HIV-positive children using qualitative methods after obtaining informed consent from 12 participants. And our findings was firstly that women have lower social and economic status while also assuming the family's primary care role. Therefore, family support is an important coping resource and act as a buffer against illness-related stressors. And secondly, our findings was that unemployment and poverty resulted in financial challenges for mothers. Even though social grants was available, it is not enough to sustain mothers and their children. And third and lastly, we find that mothers also experience psychosocial challenges due to stress, perceived discrimination. Therefore, HIV-related support services, counseling services, and community awareness are crucial to support mothers with children who are HIV positive. And we concluded by saying that when mothers are supported and loved, they stand a better chance of living long and healthy lives with their children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions? Down in the front.
Thank you, Mrs. Sikhole. I just wanted to understand something. You mentioned that these mothers and children require support. However, you didn't stipulate as to what kind of support is needed. I don't know if you can assist me with that.
Oh, thank you. Maybe it was pressure of the time limitation. From the study, we found that they need family support. That is crucial and very important because mothers comes from the families. And over the family support, they also need financial support. Hence, I talked about the social grants because this study is based in a rural area in Limpopo. So unemployment and financial challenges are still a big problem.
Thank you very much. Well done. Still with the Health Science Department of Physiology this time, Ms. Matutule is going to be chatting to us about gold nanoparticles and melanoma.
Good day. So I'll be discussing melanoma. Melanoma is a very aggressive skin cancer, and current treatments are actually ineffective in treating metastatic melanomas. So now a lot of you might want to ask, what are gold nanoparticles? So gold nanoparticles are small gold atoms which actually range from 1 to 100 nanometers in diameter. So once dispersed in water, they are known as colloidal gold. So gold nanoparticles were also shown to inhibit proteins linked to angiogenesis, such as the vascular endothelial growth factor A, as well as the placental growth factor, which I will be using in my study. So gold nanoparticles were also shown to be cytotoxic to breast as well as prostate cancer cells. So the purpose of our study was to study the possible cytotoxic effects of gold nanoparticles in melanoma, as well as endothelial cell growth and migration, and as well as on the levels of angiogenesis promoting proteins such as the VEGF-A and the placental growth factor, as I've mentioned before. Now, the methods that we used in our study was the crystal violet assay. So crystal violet was used to investigate the cytotoxic effects of gold nanoparticles on the melanoma cells. And then secondly, endothelial cell growth and migration was used to study, endothelial cell growth and migration was also employed by using the scratch assay as well as the crystal violet assay respectively. Thirdly, we then looked at our endothelial cell morphology to confirm what we found from the previous objectives. So this was used studying using the PLAS-DIC light microscope. And then lastly, the ELISA assay studies the VEGF-A as well as the placental growth factor. So now we're moving on to our results, as you can see from there. I'm sorry if it appears a bit blurry. So, according to the cell viability assay, we found that fewer endothelial cells as well as the melanoma cells, that the cell viability was actually reduced. So to confirm whatever we found from the cell viability assay, we then moved on to the migration assay, where we found out that fewer endothelial cells migrated to the culture treated with gold nanoparticles. And then lastly, we went to the ELISA assay, where we found that the concentration of VEGF-A as well as the PIGF was reduced significantly following treatment with our gold nanoparticles. So just to conclude for this study, we know that gold nanoparticles can provide, can be a possible therapeutic target in future for our melanoma cells. However, we still need studies to study the mechanism of action for our gold nanoparticles. Thank you.
I won't tell anyone that you snuck 3 seconds over. Questions? Down in the front.
Thank you for the good presentation. I think my only question is, what is the source of your nanoparticles? Are they byproduct of a recovery process or a bioremediation, or you're getting them somewhere? I just wanted to know what your source and whether is it sustainable in a way that you're getting them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So first of all, our nanoparticles were actually synthesized from the Mintech company. So we used a range of 1420 as well as, it was a range below 100 nanometers because they had good physiochemical properties when we viewed it with the transmission electron microscope. So the whole reason we decided to go with the nanoparticles, it's because they were not cytotoxic when it came to our study. They didn't really affect most of our studies because we had to use the IC50, which is actually where we look at the drug concentration, whereby we look into how it carries out through our study. So I don't know if that answers your question. Thank you.
Cool, thank you very much. Well done. Moving on to the Faculty of Humanities now, the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies. Ms. Verkerk is going to be chatting about Afrikaans language films in the South African War.
Welcome to my presentation, everybody. Today I'll be looking at land and nostalgia and how they can come together by using the platteland. The platteland in Afrikaner nationalism is important as it is known as the mythical birthplace of the Afrikaner folk. Basically, it means they are from the platteland. As you can see in the background, there's an image of a typical or idealized image of a platteland. The platteland is also known as a place for peace and security. However, sometimes there can be threats to this platteland, like, for example, other nations who also want a piece of this land. This happened during the gold rush when Britain wanted a piece of the land. This led to the South African War, which was a war between the Britain and the two Boer republics. This also led to some bitterness among Afrikaners due to the scorched policy which left many homeless and concentration camps where many lost their loved ones. For this presentation, I analyzed films by looking at the scenes, the characters, and the sound. But do note, this is just a small part of my PhD. So, the platteland in the films were mostly a reminder. For example, in Sorry Mare, the platteland is a reminder of the good old times before the South African War. Because there's a song in the film that in one of the lyrics they say, they refer to the old Transvaal, the old Transvaal. This was because when this film was made in the 1950s, many Afrikaners were living in the cities and they did not like the cities. This was mostly because of the South African War. In Vuurs Son Onder and die Kalve Vuurs, the platteland is shown as backwards. There is a character in Vuurs Son Onder who just buys land wherever he goes because he doesn't see the value of it. Now, this was because by the 1960s, Afrikaners were rich. They didn't need the platteland. However, this has changed after 1994 as the platteland is being, again, a reminder of the good old times before apartheid. So, to conclude, land and nostalgia go together, as it can be a reminder of the good old times, to being backwards, to going back to the good old times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hold on to your mic for the moment. Are there any questions? Awesome. You're free to go. Well done. Thank you. Staying with the Faculty of Humanities, Mr. Karuma is from the Department of Anthropology, Archaeology and Development Studies, and he's getting a round of applause before he's even done anything. And he's going to be talking about gender and climate change.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope I find you well. My research question reads, how socio-ecologically resilient are the means and ways adopted by women in post-fast track farms, and how can these be transformed to be socio-ecologically resilient? As we all know, women are the bedrock of agricultural production in most developing countries, including Zimbabwe. But in as much as they are the bedrock of agricultural production, these have been affected by climate change in these developing nations. As a result, I sought to understand how socio-ecologically resilient are the means and ways they are adopting to fight the scourges of climate change. In doing so, I employed the mixed methods methodology, where I incorporated 334 households for the survey. I also did 30 in-depth interviews, and I also did 8 key informant interviews across 3 farms, that is Amalinda Farm, Ingwegomo Farm, and Pension Farm. From this study, I found out that the climate has been changing in the post-fast track farms in Jimba East District. And as a result, this has affected women greatly, as it has affected their social way of life, political way of life, and also cultural way of life. But as a result of this, women have not just gone silent. They have responded to the scourges of climate change through different innovations. They have used on-farm innovations, off-farm innovations, and non-farm innovations. When we talk about on-farm innovations, we are talking about what is being done on the farm. They have now adopted, the growing of drought-resistant crops. They have also adopted the use of even manure from cow dung. They have also adopted even issues of crop rotation. Not only are they doing this, they are now also diversifying into what we call off-farm innovations. When we talk about off-farm innovations, we are saying they are on the farm, but they are also doing other things besides farming. They are into brick making and other issues. They are also into non-farm innovations, where we all come in, even myself, whereby we provide remittances for them to start businesses. From this, we have noted that these methods that they mainly use, the on-farm and the off-farm, are low in socio-ecological resilience, and hence there is a need to train women in socio-ecological resilience and open up post-fast track farms for stakeholders such as CSOs to support climate change action. There's also a need for inclusive tooling and retooling, modernization of their tools so that they can be able to sustainably adapt to climate change. There's also a need for adequate funding and inclusive funding in order to build resilience for these women. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for praise? Behind you, Luther.
I'm curious as to whether you find any continuities between innovation and indigenous practices.
Thank you so much. I did found continuities. Actually, women have adopted, the use of IKS in adapting to climate change. I couldn't talk about everything because when they treat even their animals, they are now using herbs, that have been used from time immemorial. When they farm also, they are now using even technologies. The other things that were used before, like Fumvudza, conservation farming. It's something also that they are doing, which is based on IKS. They are also into foraging, also, which was done before, and that's what they are using to innovate against climate change in these post-factory farms.
Excellent, thank you very much. Still with the Faculty of Humanities, this time the Department of Political Sciences. It's Ms. Olayton, and she's going to be talking about gender quotas in African politics.
I'm sorry for the sound. Do you believe the increased number of women in the South African National Parliament means that South African women will be better protected? Also, I'm sure a lot of us would have asked, considering that South Africa is the second best country in terms of women's political representation in its national parliament at 46.5%, gender-based violence should be reduced. I mean, we have a lot of women in our parliament now. These questions are the basis on which the relevance of gender quotas is increasingly being argued. Gender quotas being special measures to ensure that women take up certain percentages of political positions. One side of the debate argues that because a lot of countries have adopted gender quotas and now women are participating in politics, it means gender quotas are successful. The other part of the debate then argues that for quotas to be deemed successful, they have to contribute to transforming the political agenda. For instance, reducing the rate of gender-based violence. To contribute to this debate, my research asked a fundamental question. Do gender quotas have relevance beyond mainstreaming women in politics? To answer this question, I selected two case studies, Botswana with 11% women in its national parliament and South Africa with 46.5%. I interviewed 43 participants comprising of female members of parliament in both case studies and women in civil society organizations. The findings shows that these participants believe that gender quotas do have relevance in beyond mainstreaming women into politics based on 4 themes. 1, equality. They note that by virtue of women participating in politics as men, they see themselves as equal beings to men in the society. 2nd, inclusion. By virtue of gender quotas ensuring women are participating in politics, they can be included in the larger political agenda and contribute to policy making. 3, representation of women's interests. The fact that women can then be included in policy making means that the issues that uniquely affect women, e.g. gender-based violence, can be brought to the halls of power. And finally, challenging gender stereotype. The fact that women are in politics is already challenging restrictive patriarchal attitude that has limited women over time. Now, this doesn't mean that quotas will automatically mean women will be protected, because sometimes party politics often come to play. However, findings from my research also shows that when issues that uniquely affect women like gender-based violence come to play, female MPs put aside their party affiliation and all come together to address this issue, further alluding to the relevance of gender quotas beyond numbers and into protecting women's interests. Thank you very much. My name is Zainab Bunisola Laiton.
Thanks so much. Questions? I think we're good. Thank you very much. The last of our researchers from the Faculty of Humanities, from the School of Public Management and Administration, Mr. Yusuf, will be talking about migration management in Nigeria.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David. Okay, I'm talking about migration management in Nigeria. Let me start by saying, in the University of Pretoria, just an example, in the University of Pretoria, we have about 4,000 international students. For each of these international students, there's a reason why each of those people left their country. So, and that's the story of migration, that you look for a safer haven or a better place, and then you go there. So each of these 4,000 people have their reasons. So, and that's the story of migration. So the question here, the problem we noticed was that for the migrants and then the receiving country, the migration management frameworks are not beneficial to the migrants. So we decided to use Nigeria, basically for all migrants, but I use Nigeria, and then in South Nigeria, Edo State. And so I'll just go to the findings. And the purpose was to develop a framework which is beneficial to migrants, and then major 5 themes using qualitative research. So basically, number 1, we found out about the need for international collaborations and synergy, that one country cannot do it alone. There's need for collaborations. Number 2, we talked about financial reporting. Now, many times the migration agencies give finance, but then it's not well used. The legal frontiers talks about the migrants being obedient to the laws, and then the global migration frameworks is talking about learning from people who are successful in migration, and then migration policy. Now, Thomas Dye, a professor of policy, talks about policy as what the government chooses to do, and then so that's the government should have the political will. Now, what's the implication for us? That's the research, migration, and then what's the implication for the larger society as a person and a larger society? I take the findings again. So in life, there are different ramifications and different aspects of life. So if we take international collaboration, so good networks help you as a person. Number 2, financial, there's economic parts of life, being financial, your financial prowess. Then the legal, being at tune with the law. And then number 4, learning, walking in the shoes of those who have made it, and walking in the shoes of those who are successful, and then standing on their shoulders. And then number 5, the public policy, being a good citizen, and then being at tune with the law and the ethics of policy. Thank you.
Questions? There's one in the middle here.
Thank you, Yusuf, for the presentation. I just want to know, the migration, did you focus only in Africa, or where did the people migrate to, if I may ask? And why did you choose that particular area?
Okay, basically in the research, we adopted a funnel-based literature. So we looked at migration globally, migration continentally, and then migration at the national level. So it cuts through all migrants, and yeah, that's why. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, from the Faculty of Law, the Department of Private Law, it's Advocate Matsela, who's going to be chatting about chieftainship for women in Lesotho.
Hello everyone, my name is Debelo Matsela and I am from the Faculty of Law. The title of my presentation today will be Succession to Chieftainship for Women under Lesotho's 1993 Constitution, assessing the insurmountable challenge placed by Section 18(4)(c) of the Constitution regarding customary law and gender equality. The 1993 Constitution of Lesotho promises that everyone in Lesotho is equal before the law and should be afforded equal enjoyment of human rights. The Constitution of Lesotho came as a groundbreaking legislation from the colonial power to what we now call the democratic rule. Despite all this independence from the colonial rule, the women in Lesotho still find themselves discriminated depending on their colonial legacies that were placed in Lesotho, excluding them from the chieftainship role in Lesotho. Section 4, 18, and 19 of the Constitution of Lesotho promises gender equality and freedom from discrimination. However, the same section in Section 18, 4C, also limits women to inherit to chieftaincy. The recent case of the Senati Masupa versus Masupa was a hard blow for women's rights in Lesotho when Senati, based on her gender, was denied to enthrone or to succeed to chieftainship, and the court decided that the brother of her deceased father will be the one that will inherit the chieftainship role. It is therefore deduced by this presentation that equality before the law and the freedom from discrimination for all women in Lesotho is just a myth. The study also proposes that customary law should be developed in recent times, reaching to promote the rights of women. It is therefore this studies believe that women in Lesotho still continue to strive for their human rights. With all that I have said, I would like to thank you.
You can see why she's an advocate, huh? Questions? Here on the right.
So thank you. How do you account for the gap between legislation and change of behavior?
Thank you. So, do you mean in my study? Okay. So, for recently, what we do is that we actually propose through research to allow people to sit in parliament to suggest legislation that can change women's lives in traditional settings, specifically because customary law is still the law that regulates most people in Lesotho. I hope that.
Cool. Thanks so much. Well done. Right, so all of the rest of our presentations now are from the Faculty of Natural and Agricultural Sciences, and we'll be starting off from the Department of Animal Science, where Mr. Pepeta will be talking about farts.
Good morning, everyone. Ruminant methane contributes 80% of total global livestock greenhouse gas emissions, and also the indirect formation in the stomach of animals results in 12% energy loss from the diets that they consume. So to cap these issues, it is imperative that we implement sustainable dietary mitigating strategies. Hence, the objective of the study was to conduct a meta-analysis to identify and quantify beneficial effects of 9 rumen modulating strategies, which included plant-based bioactive compounds, feed additives, and also diet manipulation. This was achieved through compiling data from 110 referred global in vivo studies conducted in ruminants. So with these results, it can be concluded that adoption of these strategies should be approached with caution based on specific goals in ruminant production systems, because out of the 9 strategies that were evaluated, 4 strategies were effective in mitigating methane, while 3 strategies were effective in improving production matrix. So from these, we can recommend that future studies should be conducted on the combined use of the effective strategies, either the methane reducing ones or the production matrix improving ones, to ascertain whether these would offer any short to long-term synergic effect of reduced methane emission while improving productivity in ruminants. Thank you.
Questions? Everyone's too shy. Thanks. Well done. Very good. And for my next trick, from the Department of Consumer and Food Sciences, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Masnabo.
Plastics. Today we're going to speak about plastics. I mean, why not? They're everywhere. In the water bottles that you guys have right there, the goodie bags that you guys have, they're made up of plastics. Do you ever stop for a moment and think, where do they come from and where do they potentially end up? Some of the images that you see on the slides on the far left, these are some of the common images that we see in our cities, in our seas. So that is where majority of the plastics actually end up. Out of the total plastic waste that is generated worldwide, about 9% of it is recycled and about 72% is discarded. If improperly discarded, it ends up as waste accumulating in our environment and it is non-biodegradable. Why is it not non-biodegradable? Because it is made from fossil fuel. With my research study, we're proposing that we produce bioplastics using waste from agriculture in order to reduce waste that is produced by fossil fuel-based plastics. So what we've done is we use a crop called cowpea, which is a crop that is mostly grown in sub-Saharan Africa. Within the crop, only the grain is consumed. So the rest of it ends up as waste accumulating in our farm, becoming a headache for farmers. So we take that, we combine it with some plastics made from renewable resources. We made what we call a biocomposite plastics. Now these plastics that you guys see in the slides in the center, they are fully biodegradable. They are made from bioresources and they can serve as an alternative to the non-biodegradable plastics that are made up of fossil fuel resources. One advantage of these is that they are fully biodegradable in such a way that should it happen that it is properly discarded and it ends up in our natural environment, give it 90 days, it disappears, it becomes part of nature again, we make another one, the process continues. So what are the benefits? Firstly, we are demonstrating value addition of agricultural waste, which can potentially now create new revenues of income for local farmers. Number two, the more of these waste that we add, it actually reduces the cost of productions of these plastics. Number three, that the fibers, when we add more of this waste, it actually improves the properties of these plastics. So what do we have at the end? At the end, we have a bioplastic that is biodegradable. If it happens that it ends in our natural environments, it becomes part of nature again. And also, it is made up of sustainable raw material instead of it being based on fossil fuel. So I'm going to conclude by saying, after you use the water bottle, sit down for a moment and think, where does it come from and where does it end up? I call you to rally behind this type of research in order to reduce waste and to reach our Sustainable Development Goal number 12 of responsible consumption and production. I thank you. My name is Mondli Masanabo, and thank you for your attention.
Questions? Lady in pink.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering, were you able to look at the production cost of this plastic compared to what we use now?
Okay. So one of the reasons why plastics are so famous is because of their cheap cost. So most of these plastic, for example, if you don't change our current trends of plastic consumption, it is projected by at least 2050, about 20% of our total oil that we extract from the ground is going to be dedicated for plastics. So currently, many countries are putting legislation, either legislation or economic levies on plastic produced from fossil fuel-based resources. That over time creates a demand for bioplastics. As we speak currently, the cost of these bioplastics is slightly higher than those made from the cheap oil that we extract from our ground. But as time goes, as more research is being done, more sustainable plastics are being produced and actually enter our market. The prices of bioplastics then, it goes down. So currently, the price is slightly higher than those from fossil fuel, but when we look at the future with the governments, different governments in the world putting economic levies, encouraging more of these, and also putting some economic incentives into such plastic, the price will then plummet and they will become competitive, at least by 2035, with petroleum-based plastics.
Cool, thank you very much. It's one of the nicest things about PhD studies is how incredibly passionate we get about the most arcane things when it's your study. Love it. We are on the Department of Geography, Geoinformatics and Meteorology, and it's Ms. Sumahan to talk about women's sense of place in planning.
Imagine fabrics of various colors, shapes, and sizes patched together to create one giant tapestry. Now imagine threaded needles sewing patterns across this tapestry. My name is Yajna, I'm a human geographer, and what I've asked you to imagine is an analogy for place. Place refers to the various settings, political, economic, social-political, economic, and physical, within which we are always already immersed. So the diverse fabrics represent these dynamic and intertwined settings. The threaded needles then represent individuals who are immersed in and intertwined and interacting with these settings. So being so immersed in this tapestry of place, individuals have an intimate knowledge of it. This knowledge is vital to creating effective planning and development initiatives. However, existing initiatives are still largely informed by an aerial view of place. This is problematic, seeing that sustainability is increasingly considered to be place-based. That is, an in-depth understanding of the relationships between people, especially women, and place is deemed necessary to creating or achieving sustainable transformation. So from a sustainability stance, the challenge of creating place-based initiatives remains. My research explores the potential that sense of place has to addressing this challenge in Mankweng in the Limpopo province. So sense of place is a concept that refers to the perceptions we have of place, the meanings we ascribe to it, and the emotions we experience in it. These perceptions, meanings, and emotions are implicit in the stories we tell about life in place. So I used focus group discussions to elicit the everyday stories of women living in Mankweng. And by analyzing these stories, I aim to gain insight into their sense of place, as well as the local conditions shaping them. These insights then can be used to inform place-based planning initiatives that tackle the very local conditions that give rise to negative senses of place, whilst reinforcing those that foster positive ones. The value of my research then lies in its potential to inform place-based initiatives that can transform the tapestry of Mankweng. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay, we're good. Thank you so much. Moving on to the Department of Agricultural Economics, and Mr. Mazwane is going to tell us about measuring agricultural digitization.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Sugoluhle Mazwane. Agricultural digitalization is growing, so I saw a need to develop a measure to evaluate progress. So what I did was to develop an index for agricultural digitalization. So using confirmatory composite model. So what we did was to measure indicators on 3 dimensions of agricultural digitalization, which is automation in farms, value chain digitalization, as well as the digital tools for collecting, storing, analyzing, as well as disseminating data. So we then tested the model on 300 proactive land acquisition strategy farmers from 3 provinces in South Africa, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, as well as Eastern Cape. So we then found that the model is practically valid and can be used to measure agricultural digitalization. Currently, there's low level of agricultural digitalization in those farms, and we then investigated factors that influence digitalization development in these farms and found that age is an important factor, meaning younger farmers are more digitalized compared to older farmers. We then found that also gender, meaning that male farmers are also more digitalized than female farmers. We also found that the type of farm activity that farmers are involved in is also important, meaning that the farmers that are specializing in crop activity are more digitalized than those that are specializing in mixed as well as livestock farming. And then we also found that network type, meaning that farmers who are using Vodacom are more digitalized, as well as the cellular data type that the farmer owns. So this is important for policymakers and researchers to understand digitalization development patterns, and also to develop strategies to promote sustainable and inclusive agricultural development. Thank you.
Questions at the back?
Great concept. I just want to know, will the farmers be able to afford the digitalization?
Yeah, affordability is still a problem right now, but as we come up with more studies, we promote also the market side for these digital agricultural solutions to come up, because if they understand the factors that influence adoption, then there's going to be more startups, and also government regulations to promote startups, because recently startups for these digital solutions are still donor funded. So we're trying to come up and motivate using research so that these firms can be, able to sustain themselves and come up with technologies that, are solving farmers, needs.
Excellent, thank you very much. Our last three speakers, all from the Department of Consumer and Food Sciences, and to lead them off is Mr. Antwi to talk to us about sorghum snacks.
Good day. Why the need for high fiber expanded sorghum snacks or extruded snacks? Fiber-rich and gluten-free snacks are highly sought nowadays by health-conscious consumers who also want a quick food or a quick meal. Sorghum is a good candidate for making such snacks as it is high in fiber and gluten-free. But snacks made from whole grain sorghum are chaffy, difficult to chew, and dry out the mouth because of its high fiber, which puts off many consumers. But to overcome this challenge, sorghum bran, which is high in fiber, was treated with an enzyme to break down insoluble dietary fiber, which is sometimes termed as the bad fiber, into soluble dietary fiber, which is termed as good fiber, with reducing sugars, then added to refined sorghum flour and cook using extrusion to produce snacks. Interesting thing is that the snacks that were produced from this process had similar sensory qualities as compared to the refined sorghum expanded snacks, and were highly appreciated by consumers during our sensory evaluation. And with this, I think this project has a long way, or the potential of meeting the needs of Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which specifically talks about good health and well-being, and as well as help to improve upon the production of sorghum in order to add value to our economy. Thank you.
Questions around sorghum? Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Good luck. Still with the Department of Consumer and Food Sciences, and also to be talking about sorghum, Ms. Mbok.
Hello, everyone. Were you aware that your eating habit can either increase or reduce your productivity and life expectancy? I must confess that I will be more tempted to choose a chicken burger over a dish made of broccoli, carrot, and whole grains. But I'm really working on that. The point is, the modern lifestyle of most consumers includes the transition from traditional foods to foods that are ready to eat and more convenient. The truth is, these modern foods are often energy-dense but nutritionally poor. and the frequent consumption of high-energy foods combined with low physical activity leads to overweight or obesity, which is part of the triple burden of malnutrition in sub-Saharan Africa. The bad news is overnutrition increases the onset of diet-related diseases known as non-communicable diseases, which cause many deaths every year in Africa and worldwide. Regarding this alarming situation, what can we do? The good news is food scientists like myself are working very hard to provide to you, the population, with healthier and more sustainable indigenous food options like sorghum-based foods able to fight against these diseases. Sorghum is a climate-resilient cereal crop and a staple food for many people in sub-Saharan Africa. The defense responses in sorghum are related to its substantial content of phenolic compounds, or PC. Phenolic compounds are bioactive phytochemicals in plants with health-promoting properties in terms of offering protection against non-communicable diseases. However, most of these phytochemicals are naturally found bound to cell wall non-starch polysaccharides like cellulose and hemicellulose in grains, which reduces their bioaccessibility. Now, how can we improve the release and health effects of these compounds of interest after absorption? The answer to this question is what our PhD research is all about. We are working on traditional food processes such as malting, which includes the germination of grains and fermentation, as potential means of enhancing the bioaccessibility and health benefits of phenolic compounds in sorghum. During these food processes, numerous hydrolytic enzymes are activated, among which cellulase and xylanase, which digest sorghum cell wall non-starch polysaccharides and release bound phenolic compounds for proper absorption. A future where every African can enjoy better health and well-being is possible. But if we promote the consumption of phenolics-related healthy foods like malted and fermented sorghum-based foods. Thank you.
When you guys are in the communal room at the Department of Consumer Services, do you eat anything other than sorghum? It's all that I ever hear you guys speak about.
It's a sustainable product.
There was a hand being waved. There we go, down the front.
I'm engaged. So at the moment, there's a huge debate in the world around the grain movement from the two countries, Russia and Ukraine. And we saw the African leaders making a plea around allowing at least some of that grain to come to Africa. And also in Southern Africa, we've got a serious issue around nutrition that is heavily biased towards maize and maize meal, which is not very healthy. How do you, considering the fact that sorghum is a plant that has been discriminated against over a few years, how do you counter that movement and the injection of capital in growing crops like maize?
Okay. Please, can you simplify your question?
Maybe it's a value proposition question. How do you counter that there's a lot of injection because of consumer demand for maize, and it's a very expensive crop to grow, against promoting sorghum, which in your case, it's very commendable considering by 2040, Africa will be sitting around 60% of non-communicable diseases.
Okay, if I understand your question, we need to educate the population about the consumption of sorghum, even though it is, compared to maize, it is less consumed. My thought is we have to educate the population and also promote the health benefits of these compounds. And this starts maybe at the government level and also maybe at schools and our level to educate more the population about the impact of consuming sorghum because it is a sustainable product regarding climate change compared to other crops.
Cool, thank you. You also win my prize for best dressed candidate of the day. Huh? Finally, also from the Department of Consumer and Food Sciences, Ms. Barr will be chatting to us about...
Good day. My family always asks me why food science. I tell them I imagine a world where we will never be told by the doctor not to consume our favorite foods, especially the starchy ones, due to diet-related non-communicable diseases such as obesity, diabetes, and certain cancers. But unfortunately, these diseases have reached epidemic proportions affecting all ages and background. Aside these diseases, the growing population and the climate change is also a global issue. I believe the solution lies in a promising cereal crop to feed the world in the coming years, which is the sorghum grain. It is a climate-smart crop and has been reported to be rich in phytochemicals to fight against some antioxidant properties. Starch is the main component of sorghum, and the digestibility of starch can be estimated by what we call the glycemic index. Glycemic index basically means the amount of glucose which is being released into the bloodstream when a carbohydrate-rich food is being consumed. Researchers have put this promising cereal crop under intermediate and high glycemic index, which is alarming to me. This brings me to my PhD research to physically modify this sorghum meal with a technique called heat moisture treatment using microwave energy. The viscosity and the starch digestibility were determined. The starch digestibility assay were determined to mimic what goes on in the human digestive system, but this time in beakers and test tube. Results showed a significant decrease in the viscosity and the in vitro starch digestibility. This could be the reason. In a normal sorghum grain, the starch contains the loose part, which is the amorphous lamina. After heat moisture treatment, this amorphous rearranges itself to form a compact structure. The compact structure resists the alpha amylase enzyme from attacking the starch. Digestion therefore happens slowly, releasing glucose bit by bit, increasing satiety for a very long time and reducing the glycemic index. In this study, the heat moisture treated sample has the potential to be used for baby foods due to its lower viscosity, easy to swallow, and also foods for diabetes due to its lower glycemic index. I would like to acknowledge my supervisors all from the Department of Food Science and my sponsors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Final round of questions. Down here in the middle.
Thank you so much for the nice presentation. My name is Susie Munialo. I just wanted to find out, are there products that can be developed from sorghum that can increase consumption, especially among the youth, because it's been shown that consumption of sorghum and traditional products among the youth or even the growing population is very low. So are there innovative products that can be developed from sorghum to increase consumption among the youth? Thank you.
Yes, I would say there are a lot of products. Yesterday, someone presented about her innovation on the soyam biscuits. So there is a product outside, and I'm sure that more are also coming up. People are making bread from sorghum because it's also gluten-free, and to replace the wheat, sorghum is a potential crop. Thank you.
Cool, thank you very much. Maybe if they develop Kentucky Fried Sorghum, I won't be the shape that I am. Right, firstly, round of applause to everyone. Well done, folks. I really hope that you guys enjoyed yourselves. We are now about an hour early. And so we need to wait for Prof. Maharaj to arrive. I'm hoping someone's WhatsApped him to let him know that we are running early. So go and stretch your legs, but don't go too far. Just sort of be aware, that we will continue once.
Just before they go stretch their legs, we have to do the people's choice.
Yes, people's choice voting. You're only allowed to vote once. All right, so Prof. Maharaj will be here at 1:30. So go and have a break, stretch your legs, see if the canteen has any sorghum snacks, and we'll see you guys back here at 1:30. Hi, folks. Just an update from the judges. They are deliberating and have asked for another 10 minutes. Separating all those sorghum ones at the end is the tricky bit.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you that have spoken to me but don't actually know me, I am Muthugazi Chabalala from the Department of Research and Innovation. Just to thank our judges for the work that they have done, I'm going to call our head judge, Dr. Mbulelo Ncango, to say a few words. But before that, I'd just like to announce that the VYT winner from this year is going to be representing the University of Pretoria at the national competitions that will be held at the University of Johannesburg in October. We will luckily drive you there, book you a place to sleep over so that you can get to relax. The 3MT winner, this one is very exciting, will represent the university at the national competition that is being run by the University of the Free State. Unfortunately for you, it's virtual. But not so bad news. The 3MT winner will also get to represent the university at the Synod conference that will be taking place from the 22nd of September to the 24th of September in Norway. So, it's an all-expenses trip. I hope you have a passport, because I need a copy of your passport no later than 20 hours this evening. The 3MT runner-up will also be representing the university at the national conferences, joining the 3MT winner. So, Dr. Ncango.
Yeah. Good afternoon. For us as the judges, I think our work was quite an easy one. You guys did absolutely amazing. The quality of the presentations, your knowledge of what you guys were talking about is absolutely amazing. And it shows. A lot of work went in terms of preparation. And I'm sure for many of you, you worked with your supervisors, you worked with your co-supervisors, you also worked with your mates in the lab. And we had a very difficult time, especially for those people that could take out the jargon out of what they were talking about and make it simple for people who are not, for instance, those who are in the sciences. If you're talking to someone who comes from humanities, you could easily grasp that. So keep up the good work and keep flying the flag higher. And we are really excited by what we saw today, and hopefully you will represent University of Pretoria well at COFSI, my alma mater, and also when you go overseas, hopefully you will bring the prize home. Thank you very much.
Hi, folks. Yeah, just to echo what Judge Tongo said. Judge Tongo? Sounds very official. Dr. Tongo said, I mean, this is one of my favorite UP days on the calendar. It's just fun and reminds us that what we're doing is special. And that we should all be very proud of being masters and PhD students. Not a lot of people get to do this, and not a lot of people then get that experience of being so passionate about something arcane that 99.999% of the world will never really understand or know about. You are that expert. It's a really special thing. So thank you to everybody. I really enjoyed today, and I hope we'll see you guys back next year. I would like to call Prof. Sunil Maharaj up. He's our Deputy VP of Research, Innovation and Postgrad Education here at UP. And we will start with the people's choice for the VYT, okay, who was Melody Madukuti. Well done, Melody. Let me see if I can find what Melody was talking about. So Melody spoke to us about small-scale farmers' perceptions of land degradation in Komatipoort. The runner-up of the VYT was Sheldon Viviers. And Sheldon spoke to us about pathogenic bacteria on smallholder farms. And the winner of this year's VYT, Carolyn Nadeson. Well done, Carolyn. And let's give a round of applause to all the Masters VYT people. Right, the 3MT winners, the 3MT awards. Let's start with the People's Choice. The People's Choice goes to Mpho Qobu. And you'll remember Mpho spoke to us about, that's not Mpho, is it? Oh, it is, yes. Spoke to us about heavy metals in Pretoria water. The runner-up, and certainly one of the winners in terms of just sheer passion, Mondli Masanabo. And Mondli, you'll remember, spoke to us about alternatives to plastic using cowpeas. And the winner of the 3MT for 2023, Charlize Basson. And Charlize, you'll remember, spoke to us about melanomas.
Okay, just an announcement on how you claim your prizes. I will be sending communication. All prizes are going to be paid through the student account and then into your personal bank accounts.
So that's it from us. Firstly, can I just offer a huge round of applause to Kutukazi. Phenomenally well-organized event and just a lovely presence in our DRI department. Thanks to Dr. Carol Nonquelo, who is our boss, for all that she does. And really, if you don't engage a lot with the DRI, you'll be amazed at how much we can do to help your post-grad career be a little bit easier. So definitely do look us up if you've got any issues whatsoever. Folks, thank you so much and travel safely. Cheers.